Good evening and welcome to our first in-person City Council meeting in the City of Thousand Oaks in more than 1 year. And because it is a special meeting, it is a special occasion, I invited one of our local residents. His name is Jim. He served in the Coast Guard as well as the Army, and he will lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance. And you can use the microphone right there, Jim. Ready? Begin? Wait. Go ahead.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. And thank you all for coming to City Hall this evening. We have more than 100 people joining us via Zoom for public comments. It's going to be a long night, and each speaker will have about 2 minutes to speak, 2 minutes. And I urge everyone on Zoom as well as here in person to stick to the 2 minutes. I will have to cut you off after that because we're expecting about at least 5 hours of public comments. So, and with that, I will ask our clerk for the roll call, please.
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember Jones?
Councilmember Jones is joining us via Zoom this evening. He is here.
Councilmember McNamee?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Here.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Present. Thank you so much. Now, as I mentioned, we are all here for one thing and one thing only, and that is to have a study session on the preferred land use map, general plan update for the City of Thousand Oaks, first time in 50 years. This endeavor started about 2 years ago, and here we are in the final stretch to approve a land use map. And because this is a special meeting, we will hear public comments after the presentation by staff, okay? Anyone who is not speaking on the land use issue, the general plan issue, will not be allowed to speak. You can speak at a council meeting in the future. So here today is only for the general plan preferred land use map, all right? Okay, then with that, I will hand it over to our community development advisor, Mark Town, and he will be joined by Matt Ramey, the principal of Ramey and Associates. So after the staff presentation and consultant presentation, I will give each council member no more than 3 minutes to give their input on the land use map that was before us this evening. So council members will be called in order of seniority by me, and you have 3 minutes to give input before we go to public comments, all right? And with that, Mr. Town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the City Council, members of the community. It truly is a pleasure to be here this evening with you to discuss this preferred land use map. Before we get into the body of the report, though, I did want to make some initial remarks with regard to land use maps, what they are, and where we are in the process going forward. The overarching purpose of a land use map is to create a vision for the city's future. And by that I mean not only the physical development of the city, which is the traditional definition, but also the preservation of environmental resources within a city, those areas that are set aside, apart, and separate from developed areas. That's the highest role or purpose of a land use map. Coming down in terms of scale is the long-range purpose that's relevant to the general plan update. So this general plan update is looking out 25 years to the year 2045. And in that sense, the land use map is very important because it identifies the types of uses that are allowed in the city and where those uses are allowed. So what the uses are and where they're allowed. And that then has direct relevance to a number of community goals. For instance, adapting to changes in our local economy, creation of more jobs, retention of jobs, providing a range of housing, both in terms of type and quantity, and then also preserving the environment, because of course the land use map not only is related to topics such as open space, but also the number of times that we get into our cars and drive to various destinations. At a short-range level, the land use map is also directly related to our housing element, and that is a plan to provide for housing over the next 8 years. And it's an important element. It's based on a land inventory, and the land use map helps create that land use inventory. I should also note that land use maps are not static. They're very dynamic. They're constantly being refined to address the evolving needs of a community, whether it's incremental or, as in this case, as the mayor mentioned, we have not conducted a comprehensive update of our general plan in 50 years. So this is the first time that we've done it. It's exciting because of that very fact that we are looking comprehensively at the city and its land uses going forward. The land use types change over time. We have land use types today that we didn't have in 1970. We have commercial residential today. We had commercial industrial then. If you look at these two maps, the one on the upper right is the 1970 development plan. That was our general plan 50 years ago. And the one on the bottom is our general plan land use map today. And you can just tell by briefly comparing the two visually that many areas that were proposed for various uses, particularly housing, have been converted into open space. Areas that were planned for industrial have become residential. Areas proposed for residential have become commercial. So there's this constantly changing landscape with regard to land use maps and what they plan for the future. We're also going to be talking about certain areas this evening, but it's important to recognize that throughout the city, the changes that we're talking about are applicable to only about 3% of the city's land area. The vast majority of the city is not proposed to change. We're talking about a very limited area, which we will discuss in more detail in a few minutes, but wanted to be sure that point is included up front. This plan that we are talking about tonight is the result of a 1.5 years plus of public input through a wide variety of means, and that is because any general plan is based on public input. Again, we will talk about that in more detail in a few minutes, but this didn't come out of a staff member's office. It is not just a reflection of what we have today. It was a thoughtful review of our land use map based on a lot of public input. Part of that input were draft guiding principles that were adopted, or discussed, I should say, early on, and there's just a few of them listed here on the right side for your review. These guiding principles are still with us today. They're still helping to guide our land use map going forward. So where do we fit right now in the overall process? We're in sort of step 3 of a 5-step process. We have concluded our existing conditions analysis. We have finished the process of listening and visioning to come up with the map that you have tonight for further public comment and review. So we are now going into the 3rd step, which is policy development and plan alternatives. This will then generate the draft general plan in all of its facets, and then later for review and adoption next year. In that context, what are the next practical steps? As I mentioned, after the land use map is identified as the preferred map going forward, we will endeavor to evaluate a whole variety of topics, many of which are listed here. Things, not only housing, but safety, open space, noise, environmental justice, circulation, arts and culture, economic development. All of those are going to be evaluated. We will also start the preparation of an environmental impact report to look at the general plan, and that will thoroughly analyze topics such as traffic and infrastructure and city facilities. From that, we will develop the final general plan with all of these elements, all of these topics, the related policies, the land use map, and the final EIR for certification. Once the general plan map and elements and plan are adopted next year, then the following step is the third circle in this diagram, and that is to amend our design policies. So then we will start a program of amending the city's zoning codes, specific plans, design resolutions to be consistent with the general plan. So tonight we're talking about a preferred land use map. It is not the final land use map. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go still. And then finally, my concluding thought is that we live in a great city. I've been here several decades, and I feel so fortunate to be a part of this great community. But I do think that we still have challenges, as every community does. An evolving economy, we have high housing prices, whether it's for sale or rental prices, and we constantly have environmental sustainability challenges going forward. So ultimately, the purpose of this general plan update and this land use map is to preserve the quality of life that we enjoy today and to try to make it even better going forward. So with those initial comments, I'm now going to pass this on to Matt Ramey, who is our consultant on this project, and he is leading a whole team of experts. And so hopefully we can get Matt in on the conversation.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Can you all hear me at this point?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And Mark, am I going to use my screen or yours?
Probably go ahead and use yours unless it's not as clear.
Okay, this shift back to part in person is, causing some challenges here. Okay, can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. As Mark mentioned, what we have here tonight is really the culmination of a year and a half of really hard work by staff and in particular the community to get us where we are today. I'm going to spend a few minutes and talk to you first about the story behind the preferred land use map, and then go into the specifics of the proposed land use map. So starting with the story, as you all know, we started this project in this process about a year and a half ago, and we've been very deliberate in terms of how we are engaging with the community and then the products that is producing for the general plan. And as you see here in this chart, we started by asking the community the question of what are the strengths, values, issues, and challenges in the community. And all of this conversation led to the vision and the guiding principles document. We then asked, if there's going to be change in the city, where should that happen? Because we know that the community, through the asking about the strengths and the values, really loves the city the way it is and loves the quality of life currently in the city. And that process resulted in the areas of change map, which is really the areas of the city where we can look at if there is going to be any change to address needs, where would that happen? From there, we asked the question of what areas should be preserved from growth. So what areas should remain stable? And that led to a map that we called the areas of stability map. Then we looked at, in the area, the potential areas of change, what is it that the community wants to see? And based on those broad conversations, we developed the 3 land use alternatives. Those alternatives were then reviewed, and we're now asking the question of what is the community's overall vision for the future? And that is leading us to the preferred map where we are today. As Mark mentioned, at the beginning of the process, we developed a vision and guiding principles. And these provide a framework to guide future decision-making. They include community values and key strategies derived from engagement, and they identify key strategies for the future of the city that include creating a diversity of housing types and affordability levels, maintaining established neighborhoods, revitalizing underutilized land, prioritizing economic development and lifestyle opportunities, and expanding the number and diversity of jobs. Once, as I mentioned, once we created the vision and guiding principles, we asked the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, in February of 2020, where should change happen? And we gave the GPAC and the members of the public who were in attendance a series of stickers to put on a map to ask where change should happen. And this is the composite map produced by the General Plan Advisory Committee. The yellow is really multifamily and mixed use, red is shopping, and green is the town square and the park. And so what we see is that the majority of GPAC members really identified the area on either side of the 101 corridor as the area where, if there is going to be any change, where should that happen? Based on that, we created an online survey to ask where should development go. This map shows mixed use, but we asked about townhomes, multifamily, mixed use, office and R&D, entertainment, and parks and open space. We got almost 500 survey responses, and this is the map that shows where mixed use should go in the city. Mixed use received more stickers, virtual stickers, than any other use. And you can see here that it's identified in 2 places, in the downtown area and around the malls. And so we use this information to help guide what we were, where growth could potentially go and where change could happen. We then created a map that we called the Areas of Change map. And this is the map that we were then going to focus the conversation on where is there a potential for change. And what we see here is, even just as part of the conversation, the majority of the city, over 92%, is what was classified as the areas of stability. And the areas of potential change are identified here in the purple and the red. Using the information that we developed from the survey, conversations with the General Plan Advisory Committee, outcomes from the vision and guiding principles, we created 3 land use alternatives for the areas of change in order to test how different values and strategies that were identified in the process would look in the physical form on the map in the areas of change. Without going into detail, the alternatives tested different ideas. Alternative 1 was higher density mixed use in nodes. And so it concentrated the development in nodes. Alternative 2 was more even spread out of mixed use and residential uses. And alternative 3 had a very strong focus on jobs, but also in order to focus on those jobs, then concentrated mixed use in a few areas, in this case, along the Moore Park corridor. We then spent 6 weeks going, and this was in between February and March of this year, going out to the community and asking their ideas, all of it culminating in a survey. And what we got was over 2,100 responses in the survey and a strong preference for alternative 1, which was mixed use with higher density nodes. We also got a lot of feedback on other topics related to potential development in the city. And there was support for transferring residential capacity from the residential neighborhoods to the areas of change so that we could stay within the Measure E limits. There was strong support for increased density in the same building form, so increasing the potential density to 45 units an acre from 30 units an acre, as long as the building form remained the same. There was support for increasing the amount of mixed-use development in the city and for allowing multifamily residential buildings, not just mixed-use buildings, on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. There was strong support for adding mixed use to the Rancho Conejo area on both sides of 101, and for building 3 to 5 story mixed use and multifamily buildings at the older malls of Jan's and the Oaks Mall. Finally, there was strong support for expanding and intensifying employment uses. Based on the alternatives, the team created a preferred land use map that was then presented to the public, the General Plan Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission. And the preferred land use map, version 1, we're seeing version 2 this evening. The preferred land use map does a number of things, including preserving parks and open spaces, maintaining residential neighborhoods, focusing infill development on a limited number of locations. It maintains a strong job focus and actually expands employment opportunities. It allows for mixed use in strategic locations, and it maintains the citywide residential capacity under Measure E, which was always our assumption from the very beginning of the project. We then took the preferred land use map to the General Plan Advisory Committee to seek their input. And what we got from the General Plan Advisory Committee was that the majority of members felt that the map was going in the right direction, but that minor modifications were needed. There was support for the overall direction, walkable mixed-use centers, growth in the areas of change, a diversity of housing, and redevelopment of the larger parcels. There were concerns about, from the minority, about the pace of change, that the time period should be shorter. It's just the RHNA cycle and not full 25 plus years that a general plan typically is, and then the potential impact on schools. We then took the same preferred map to the Planning Commission, and the majority approved and recommended the citywide preferred alternative with some specific edits. These included village centers as areas of change, with direction for staff to determine which areas should be mixed use and which should remain commercial, to add higher density to the Oaks Mall, to remove mixed use for areas unlikely to change in the next 20 to 30 years, such as the promenade at Westlake. And then they deferred direction to the City Council for the Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor and the Borchard property, the 37-acre property in Rancho Conejo. We also sent out a survey on the preferred land use map. This survey received and closed last week, and we received over 2,700 total responses. However, 65 to 68% of respondents, depending on the question, skipped most of the questions. The only question that received the majority where most of the respondents answered was question 2, which was about the Borchard property. 97% of people who took the survey answered this question, and 68% showed support for mixed use development across the entire parcel, with approximately 25% who preferred a single family residential designation across the entire property. So it was almost 3 to 1 for support for mixed use, 2.5 to 1 to support for mixed use development. The majority who answered were opposed to other aspects of the preferred map, mostly along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, with, from what we heard afterwards, strong opinions about having the area that is the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan all maintain mixed use. And overall, we felt like there was no clear direction from the results except for question 2, because of the large number of people who skipped most of the questions. So that brings us essentially moving forward to where we are today, which is to talk about the preferred map based on the changes from the Planning Commission and the General Plan Advisory Committee. However, I want to couch what we are going to talk about next with a snapshot stepping back of the community engagement that occurred throughout the process. And I want to tip my hat to the wonderful staff that you all have who led a lot of these engagement activities and spent hundreds of hours out in the community and talking with community members. From the beginning of the project, we did our best to try and blanket the community to make sure as many people knew about the process as possible. What you see on the screen here is a summary of some of that engagement. And I think it's worthwhile to take stock of what we've done to date. So at the beginning, there was a citywide mailing in wastewater and water bills that went to every address in the city, 38,000 addresses. City staff met and corresponded with organizations and neighborhood groups. There were 30 plus articles in the Acorn and then more in the VC Star. There were paid ads in the Acorn and the VC Star. We had 15 meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee, and there were 25 to 50 or even 100 people at each, members of the public at each of these meetings. We've had 3 public workshops that had up to 250 people at them and 2 community forums. We had pop-up workshops, 11 of them, and over 1,000 people, individual people came by those workshops. There were 20 plus mentioned in city newspapers, and those 3 newsletters combined have 12,000 subscribers. We had 6 plus office hours and focus groups. We created an email database for the project that we communicated with regularly that has 1,500 plus subscribers. There were 4 online surveys and 5,000 plus people responded. And for the alternative surveys with 2 separate forums, we actually received over 12,000 individual comments from residents. There was a citywide statistically valid survey that had questions about the general plan. And then there was a social media campaign with hundreds of posts. And finally, we used the website extensively to share information about the project. And this was quite successful, where there were 53,000 page views and over 17,000 unique viewers. So needless to say, a lot of engagement was done throughout the process. And one thing that we did hear throughout is that almost consistently people love Thousand Oaks, and they recognize that there are some challenges and issues that need to be addressed that can be addressed through land use decisions. Now I'm going to switch to talking about the recommended changes to the preferred land use map. The characteristics of the proposed land use map are that they maintain the character of the residential neighborhoods. This was always one of the principles from the very beginning of the process, is that the community loves the residential neighborhoods and they want to maintain the quality of the neighborhoods. The proposed land use map preserves all of the open space, parks, and public spaces. And we anticipate that as new development occurs slowly over time, that there will actually be an increase in parks and public spaces. The proposed land use map focuses changes on a very limited area of the city that comprise less than 3% of the city's land area. So more than 97% of the city would see no change in land use designation over the horizon of the general plan. It incorporates mixed use development in very limited areas of the city. It provides a combination of mixed use low and mixed use medium designations along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It maintains a very strong job focus in Rancho Conejo and the Westlake East End areas. And it maintains a variety of opportunities for commercial uses, including retail, office, and hotels. I'm going to walk through the different areas of the city and what, with the feedback that we received on each area, and then the proposed direction from staff. The first area to discuss is the village centers. The village centers came up as an idea very early on in the process, was with the question of how do we revitalize older shopping centers throughout the city so that they become village centers or centers of community for the residents in that area. So we initially came up with an idea of having mixed use, so adding some residential to those areas and or allowing for more walkable format. The public, when we asked the question of whether in the alternative survey about whether the village center should be all mixed use, all commercial, or some mixed use, what we heard was that 58% of respondents were in favor of keeping the potential village centers, which you see on the map here as 1 through 7, in the red circles, as commercial, and 26% were in favor of adding mixed use to some of the areas. When we went to the GPAC was very supportive of adding mixed use to some of the areas, but also including policies in the general plan in order to retain retail, enhance walking and biking, and to create attractive meeting spaces. The Planning Commission had support for the village center concept, but left it to staff to determine where the mixed use should be located. The recommendation from staff and in the preferred alternative is to designate the largest sites for mixed use low. Those are Arbalest and Herbs Road, which you see in number 6 here on the map, and then Jans Road and Moore Park Road, which you see in number 4. The rest would remain as commercial. There would also be, the recommendation is also to include the long-term preservation of retail through additional policies. There was a strong feeling that, that retail is important to serve the surrounding neighborhoods and that we don't want to make any changes to the general plan that will impact the retail and the ability of neighborhoods serving retail and commercial uses. However, there's also a desire in those areas to allow for some residential development. There should be additional policies in the general plan, and these are recommendations from the GPAC to create an attractive environment for meeting and gathering, to enhance walking and biking from adjacent areas, and to connect via transit to other activity centers. In the Westlake and East End area, the feedback that we received from the public is that there should be some mixed use at the intersection of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake Boulevard. There should be an expansion of the East End employment with no mixed use, which is the area that you see here in gray, and then to keep south of 101 commercial, except really for the Kmart site. So the preferred land use map is what you see here in the image on the right. The Planning Commission and the GPAC had pretty similar thoughts on what to do, which was to change mixed use low, the mixed use low areas in purple, marked with number 1 and number 2, to commercial town, and then to add mixed use low on the Baxter site. And so that's the recommendation from staff at this point, which is to maintain the majority of this area as non-residential, to designate Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake Boulevard intersection as commercial town, to add mixed use low onto the Baxter site, which you see here in this the purple triangle, and then to keep mixed use low at the Kmart site. Moving west is the area that we named Downtown and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The preferred map, which you see here on the right, includes a combination of mixed use and then commercial areas, which are you see circled, and surrounded by that, surrounded from that is a lot of residential areas, which are in the yellow and the orange. The blue area that you see here in the map is where you are, or some of you are today, at the Civic Arts Plaza. The public from the survey had recommended mixed use along the entirety of the corridor. We asked a question in the survey about, in the downtown area, about what the density of mixed use should be. And 45% of respondents said that the density should be up to 60 dwelling units per acre. And 32% of respondents said it should be up to 45 dwelling units per acre. So there was definite support for increasing the density of development in the downtown area. And in fact, almost half said up to 60 dwelling units per acre. We also asked a question about whether there should be standalone residential along the Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor, and 74% of respondents said that it would be okay to have multifamily residential buildings along Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor. The GPAC commented on the preferred alternative, and they recommended that mixed use should be allowed in all specific plan areas. The areas that you see circled here are areas that are currently in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, but in the preferred land use map, city staff recommended changing these to commercial for a variety of reasons. One is that they are very good locations for commercial. Two is because there are existing uses in those areas, such as the Toyota dealership, that we didn't expect would change over time. And then 3, there are some very small parcels that we don't expect that there would even be the potential for mixed use on in the future. And so that is why staff recommended that these areas remain as commercial. The GPAC recommended that we actually maintain mixed use for parity, and then to allow for higher density mixed use in the downtown area. The Planning Commission, when talking about the Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor and whether it should be all mixed use or whether it should be staff's recommendation of some commercial, said that they would defer to the City Council for that decision. The recommendation from staff is to follow the preferred land use map as you see here, which is a combination of mixed use low, which is in the lighter purple, mixed use medium, which is in the darker purple, and then commercial neighborhood, which are the pink areas interspersed and along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Surrounding these, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor is a variety of residential uses at varying densities, which are relatively similar to what is allowed today. The reason for this recommendation is because staff believes it prevents a realistic vision for where mixed use can and should be located. And because the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, while there was commercial residential, which was the designation in the general plan for the specific plan area, allowed for mixed use, it never envisioned that the entire corridor would be mixed use. And in fact, when the specific plan was first adopted, only 289 units were allocated to the entirety of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan area. For the Moorpark Road and West Thousand Oaks Boulevard area, the feedback we received from the public through the alternative survey was strong support for mixed use development of 3 to 5 stories at the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace. And through a visual preference survey where we showed photographs of different buildings, 70+% of respondents responded favorably to buildings between 3 and 5 stories that were either all residential or had a mix of uses. There was strong support from the public, 70% in fact, who said that they wanted to see the majority of the Moorpark corridor as commercial. And then there was strong support for mixed use high on Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Broadway. And this came about through the preference for alternative 1, which had mixed use high, as well as images through a visual preference survey that showed buildings that essentially corresponded with mixed use high. When the preferred alternative was taken to the GPAC, the preference was that there should be mixed use at the Oaks and Jan's Marketplace with flexibility in height, rather than limiting the height to 50 feet, which was mixed use low, to allow for flexibility in height and flexibility in development across the site. There was no specific input from the GPAC on the Moorpark and Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor. The Planning Commission recommended to increase the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace, which you see here in 1 and 2 on the map, to mixed use medium for the entirety of the sites. And then as well as the area, which is kind of south in the red here, adjacent to the 101 freeway, of commercial region. They recommended that that area become mixed use as well. There was also the recommendation and approval to redesignate the Moorpark corridor up to Wilbur Road as mixed use low. The recommendation from staff is that that the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace should be mixed use low, and you see those in area marked with area 1 here. However, that would be a 75-foot height limit, so it would be 30 dwelling units per acre, but with some flexibility to allow up to 75 feet, which is what is currently allowed today in zoning. There should be a 2.0 FAR for commercial uses and a 1.0 FAR for the non-residential portion of mixed use. Staff is recommending to change the area which we see marked here as number 2 from commercial regional to mixed use low adjacent to the malls, and then to change the Moorpark Road corridor from commercial neighborhood into mixed use low. And you see that area highlighted here in red with the number 3. Staff is also recommending to maintain the proposed designations on the preferred land use map for Thousand Oaks Boulevard. For the Rancho Conejo area, we're going to divide the feedback into the area north of 101 and the area south of 101. Through the survey, we heard from the public that there was general support for mixed use in the Rancho Conejo area. In fact, 73% of respondents supported mixed use. There was also support for a mix of higher and lower intensity industrial and job producing uses. And 70% of people said that there should be a mix. There is also what we know from conversations with businesses in the area is that there's really a strong demand for increasing the use of older industrial buildings. And there was also a preference to integrate mixed use with the industrial in order to have some amount of residential on the north side of the freeway. The General Plan Advisory Committee supported the approach to this area and supported having mixed use in this area. And the Planning Commission made one recommended change. They generally supported overall the direction that was proposed here, but made one recommendation to redesignate the property that you see here on in number 1 as industrial. Staff's recommendation for the Rancho Conejo area north of 101 is as recommended by the Planning Commission, which essentially maintains a very strong industrial and employment base. It introduces mixed use along the 101 freeway on the periphery of the employment centers so as not to impact, put residential directly in the employment centers, but to allow for residential and commercial and retail adjacent to that area. And then there's a strong maintenance of regional commercial uses, which you see here in the red. For the area south of 101, this area generated probably the most interest of any of the specific areas in the city. In particular, the area that you see highlighted in number 1 here, which is what is known as the Borchard property. The Planning Commission, actually I'm going to start with the General Plan Advisory Committee since that was first. The preferred alternative, preliminary preferred alternative from staff created a split designation for the Borchard property. That area you see here in the map, which is part mixed use and part residential. And then the General Plan Advisory Committee for the Borchard property had a majority of support for mixed use and flexibility on that parcel. There were some dissenting opinions, but really the majority were supportive of mixed use across the entirety of the parcel. However, there were comments to provide an open space buffer adjacent to the residential areas. There were no comments from the General Plan Advisory Committee on other areas south of the 101 freeway in Rancho Conejo. The Planning Commission for the Borchard property decided to defer to the City Council for direction. However, they did have comments on the other areas south of 101, including to change the land use designation in the area that you see marked number 2 on the map to neighborhood low medium, and to reduce the commercial regional areas south of the 101 freeway that you see highlighted in the red areas highlighted with the number 3 to commercial town from commercial regional. Staff's recommendation for this area, first for the Borchard property, is to implement a mixed-use low designation across the entire property. However, to include policies in the general plan that has a buffering with open space and a transition from the existing residential neighborhoods, and to require a significant amount of open space in the area. For the rest of the area south of the 101 freeway, it was to implement the Planning Commission's recommendation of the area, the parcel, the residential parcel to residential low medium, and then to change the commercial to commercial town on the area south of the 101 freeway here. For the remainder of the city, I've focused almost entirely on what was originally identified as 8% of the city. But for the remainder of the city, there was strong support from the community to allow for the transfer of excess residential capacity in areas that had already been built and have excess development capacity from the neighborhoods into the corridors. Again, there was strong support throughout and comments throughout the process to preserve the character of the residential neighborhoods and then to allow to focus the development in the areas of change, particularly in a few areas such as the malls, Rancho Conejo, downtown, and Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor. The General Plan Advisory Committee also had support for transferring capacity from the residential neighborhoods, and the Planning Commission generally supported this concept, but was concerned and it wanted to know the very specific designations in the residential areas prior to making a decision on the overall land use map. Staff's recommendation is to keep what is in the proposed land use map, but with some minor changes, which include additional cleanup of split parcels to identify and make sure that the public uses are indeed public and that the parks are indeed parks. So just some cleanup activities. And then a note that the unincorporated areas in the sphere of influence will be designated later based on existing city designations in the county's area plan. And so those are some of the areas that you see in white here on the map that are inside of the red, but in white, we at this point did not deal with those since they are outside of the existing city limits. Overall, the preferred land use map that is presented to the City Council has the following land use mix. So 82% of the preferred land use map is made up of neighborhood rural, neighborhood very low, neighborhood low, open space, parks, natural areas, and golf courses. You can see that here on the pie chart. In fact, 48% of the city is parks, open spaces, and golf courses, and 34% is what we're classifying as single family residential, which is neighborhood rural, neighborhood very low, and neighborhood low. 5% of the city is neighborhood low, medium, or higher, which is a mix of single family and townhome and small apartment type buildings. 3% is institutional, 3% is industrial, 2% is other, which is including things like infrastructure, water facilities. 2% is commercial, and then barely over 2%, 2.3% is mixed use low or mixed use medium. And in fact, mixed use medium, which allows buildings up to 45 dwelling units per acre, only accounts for 0.3% of the entire city area. We also asked the question of how much change is really happening and where is mixed use being added to the city. And so this map actually circles the areas on the map where we are adding mixed use, where it is currently not allowed today. And we're assuming that the Thousand Oaks Boulevard corridor, the specific plan area, allows mixed use, even if you can't build mixed use in the entire area, but it certainly allows it. And so what you see here on the map is actually a very limited number of areas that are actually having land use change to allow for mixed use that don't allow it today. Those include the 2 Village Center areas. They include the Baxter site, the Kmart site, and the area across the street from the Kmart site. The Lakes parking lot currently does not allow mixed use, and we're proposing that it does allow mixed use. Then you have essentially the 2 malls and the mall area, the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace, and then Moore Park Road. And then finally, the mixed use both north and south of the 101 freeway in Rancho Conejo. And besides that, the rest of the map, essentially the uses are the same as what is currently allowed in the existing general plan. So overall, it's a relatively small amount by percentage of total change. Overall, I'd just like to highlight some of the benefits of the proposed changes. They allow, the preferred land use map allows for a limited change in the city, while also preserving the overall character of the community. And this is something that we heard overall throughout the process, which is preserve the character, but allow for some limited change. And we believe by and large that the preferred preferred land use map does this. The preferred land use map supports growth of businesses and employee retention, which is important to the long-term fiscal health of the city. It provides a broader range of housing options, and this is something that we heard over and over again throughout the process, that people feel like they want more housing options in the city. It provides additional gathering spaces, additional mixed-use areas where people can meet and gather. It provides flexibility to the property owners, particularly of the larger parcels. It promotes sustainability, compact development, and efficient use of the land by focusing development in a smaller area of the city. It actually can improve walkability and transit service and reduce driving. It preserves open space, and it preserves the character of the existing residential neighborhoods. In conclusion, I want to leave you with a final thought, which is what I got out of all of the engagement. And that is that there's really strong agreement from the community that the community really values the quality of life in Thousand Oaks. Residents and businesses alike value the open spaces, the schools, the ease of mobility, the views of the mountains, hiking, quiet neighborhoods, parks, and public services. However, the majority of residents also recognize that some change is needed in order to preserve what is great about the city. It's not about changing the city. It's actually about preserving what is great about the city, and that is to make Thousand Oaks even better than it is today. And this is done by providing a diversity of housing so that the people who work here and grew up here can also live here, by supporting job growth and job retention in the city, by providing a high quality of public services, because new development is needed in order to bring in tax revenues, in order to pay for the services that people expect in the city, to be able to attract young families to move in, and to ensure that the next generation and the generation of that also has a high quality of life that existing residents have come to know and expect. And with that, I'll end my presentation and turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramey. I appreciate the thorough overview of our preferred land use map after the Planning Commission weighed in on it. This is an opportunity for my colleagues to weigh in, and while I give each 3 minutes, you can use that time to make a statement or perhaps ask a very quick question. I will begin with our Mayor Pro Tem, Bob Engler, followed by Councilmember Al Adam, then Ed Jones, and finally Councilmember McNamee. Madam Clerk, are you going to time them, or am I going to time?
I can time them.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I want to thank staff for this presentation. It helps to clear up some things, I believe. But most importantly, when we began this almost 2 years ago, I know several of us on the dais have said that we wanted robust citizen involvement in this plan. This is not our plan. This is the community's plan, and we wanted that engagement so that we can make good choices. Given that, it is a great opportunity, I think, for us to visit the general plan that has not been done in over 50 years. We're lucky to have a couple of people in the audience and one on the dais, Chuck Cohen, Ed Jones. They were here when that first plan was developed, and we are the beneficiaries of their fine planning, and we've benefited from that plan over the years. This plan, I think, addresses some of the issues I had when I first started on this. One was I wanted to retain our open spaces. A few years ago, we were told by an assembly member that we could build as many houses as we wanted. We've got 15,000 acres. That's our open space. For us in Thousand Oaks, that is what makes us special, and I was determined to protect that open space at all costs. The second thing is our existing single-family residence neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods are what we all came here for. Many of you know that I did work for the city of Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach at one time had single-family residence neighborhoods. The city a few years ago, or about 25 years ago now, decided that they were going to split the single-family residence neighborhoods. What that did is concentrate the congestion and the density throughout the entire city. I think that's a bad idea for us, and I was insistent upon having our single-family residence neighborhoods that exist now part of protection. And then finally, I think the plan allows us to move into the future with some flexibility. I don't know what the future will bring, so we have to have a plan that allows us some flexibility. The plan has delivered that with several areas of mixed use, and mixed use simply means that we can put a residential with commercial in a residential and an industrial area. It gives us that flexibility to be able to look forward and be able to react to different changes throughout the future. So I think that's my first impression on the plan. I have a lot of questions, of course, and we'll be asking them later.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Engler. Next, Councilmember Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's good to be back here in City Council chambers, see some of my fellow citizens in front of me. Hello, everyone. Also, I will say that the fact that we have over 100 speakers tonight really speaks well for the outreach that we've done on this whole project over the last 18 months. That's the most speakers I've ever had in front of me, and it could be a record in the history of the city. Thousand Oaks is a big city, big in area. It's 56 square miles. We have about 128,000 people. We have the lowest population per square mile of any city in Ventura County. We have, as you saw from the graph, we're about 50% single-family homes, about 35% open space, and I know the citizens of Thousand Oaks, as well as myself, really value that balance in the city. And the beauty of this general plan update that we're looking at tonight, it definitely preserves that balance that we're also happy to be a part of. It strictly limits change to the 101 corridor, which is by survey exactly where our citizens said they wanted to see change. And to put things in further perspective, as it's been stated, we're 56 square miles. What we're talking about tonight is less than 2 square miles. 2 square miles that could possibly be changed, and we don't even know that. I mean, as we all know, we can't predict the future, but there could be a potential for change there. Less than 2 square miles. I think it's really important that we plan for the future. We're in a post-COVID economy. Things have changed here in Thousand Oaks radically since 1970. I got here in 1977, and the changes that I've seen have been pretty dramatic, and we've got to respond to that to be a successful, sustainable city. So we can introduce new housing variety. We can respond to the challenges that our commercial businesses face, whether it's the Oaks Mall or whether it's businesses on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We can encourage some of our big commercial businesses that are so important to the city, like the biotech hub that we're building right now and that's becoming so successful. We can do all that, and we can still preserve what's most valuable to all of us: our neighborhoods, our parks, and our open space. We can have it both ways, and I'm really looking forward to getting into this general plan a little bit more in detail, and thank you all for coming and participating in this process.
Thank you, Councilmember Adam. Next, we have via Zoom, Councilmember Ed Jones. Hello.
Okay, let me tune in here. I guess I'm unmuted.
We can
Good
hear
evening,
you, and you have
everybody.
3 minutes.
I didn't realize I'd be the only Zoomer, but here I am with my legal pad and 2 freshly sharpened pencils, and I'm looking forward very much to the opinions of the 100 people or more that are going to express opinions tonight. And that's, of course, how we improve, by working with the community and by listening carefully and trying to implement insofar as possible, the opinions and ideas of our citizens. That's how we got to where we are now. And I'm sure it will continue in the future. if someone had told me today instead of 2 years ago that we were going to be updating the general plan, my first reaction would have been, why? Do we have a pretty nice place right now? But I'm always open to new suggestions. And I know that cities change and grow and reflect the current inhabitants, because that should be what happens, that we should reflect our citizens, because that's what a democracy is, isn't it? So I'm open to suggestions about land use, housing, transportation, parks and programs, and the economic implications of whatever we do. I would just say that I would have one caution, and that is, let's do nothing that would impair the lovely community that we have now. When we did the general plan, as Bob Engler alluded to 50 years ago, our planning director, whom I'm sorry to say has recently passed, Phil Gatch, who was a wonderful man and very knowledgeable, he introduced the phrase I'd never heard before. The phrase was dominant vista. And coincidentally, my wife and I, for the first time since the COVID pandemic, ate out at a restaurant on Thousand Oaks Boulevard last night. We ate outside. And as we looked around, we saw the dominant vista. And it was lovely hills. It was still light, by the way. It was around 6 o'clock. We saw lovely hills. We saw like a forest of trees wherever we looked. And, you know, that's the type of thing that, if I could use that phrase dominant vista again, that I'd like to preserve as we go forward. And the beauty, the ambience, the character, the semi-rural tone that we all have come to love.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Jones.
I'm going to, just in conclusion, I'm going to listen to everything with an open mind. I have my legal pad, and I'm ready, willing, and able to hear, and looking forward to hear the community opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember McNamee. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. If I understand the process, and I've again studied this quite heavily, is that the General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC, was a group of anywhere between up to 50 people having 15 meetings. I'm not clear as to who those individuals were and if they were at duplicate meetings. But if you take 750 people, divide by, let's say, 130,000 people, and most of those are kids, so let's say by 65,000 people, that's representing less than 1% of the population here. That created the direction for the survey. Survey, again, I ask, what is the confidence level of the responses reflect those opinions of the people of Thousand Oaks? I've done sociological studies in my past, and one of the things you want to look for in a randomized study is that confidence level reflects what the people actually think. Second, is that, was this randomized? The answer is no. It wasn't randomized. There is no confidence level here that it's representing the opinions of the people. Did you randomize it and check for bias? That wasn't done either in the survey. Did you get greater than 50% response rate? The answer is no. In fact, if you look at the response rate of 2,700 people, it's divided by 65,000 possible respondents, we're only getting 41%. Did you control for duplicate answers or duplicate people responding more than once? The answer is no. Did you send out a control number to randomly selected people who have not been biased to find out their response to make certain they only have one opportunity to answer based on that control number? The answer is no, that wasn't done. Do we have any other out-of-city residents responding to this? And the answer is no, we have no control over that. The survey was difficult for a lot of people I spoke to, and they gave up going through that survey. They did not want to go through two and a half hours worth of responding. And then we go to the focus groups. I personally do not want a 10-year-old identifying where we're going to do any building here in the near future. Plus, the people coming by putting Post-its on the board, were they randomized? Do they truly respect the people, or are they the only ones that were out and about and just happenstance walked by and actually put something up there and gave their input? So again, you question the validity of those results. Does not necessarily reflect the community views. So the survey, to me, is bogus. The GPAC is bogus. The focus groups are bogus because of those statistical data collection here to drive in sweeping statements such as strong support for, strong agreement, the majority said, 73% of the population feels this. The answer is no, it does not represent the community input because this was not done statistically accurate way of doing methodology for sociological studies. I've done them. I've got them published in peer-reviewed journals. And if this was submitted for peer review to be submitted to the journals in the field of city planning, it would be kicked out on the first brush. So I'm questioning those conclusions that have been put forth, like wanting limited change, support for growth, broader range of housing options, additional gathering places, flexibility of owners, sustainable compact development, preserve open spaces, preserve the character of our residents. You can't make conclusions on less than 50% of non-randomized people that only are 1% of the population. It does not work.
Dr. McNamee, thank you very much.
I'll conclude right here. Is that in computer science, there's a term referred as you put garbage in, you get garbage out. We as a council are put in a bad place now because Sacramento is requiring us to make these choices. The survey and all the conclusions that have been done don't matter because it's not valid. And I yield back to the city mayor. Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody that we need to maintain decorum in this forum. I urge everyone to be quiet, respectful, as we need to move on through this very full night. Everybody's passionate about this subject, including me. And certainly it is long overdue that we take another very good look at our general plan. We do need to make room for additional housing. It is a mandate by the state of California, by Sacramento, and therefore there will be change in the city of Thousand Oaks. What, however, needs to be discussed in more detail and will be discussed in more detail, and Madam Clerk, you can actually start the clock since I started talking with my 3 minutes, that we need to see how this change will occur and where it will occur. I certainly see this general plan that has been so effective for 50 years to remain as is. What we need to do is find room for these additional housing units which we're required to provide, and that can be done through the village centers, through repurposing office buildings, vacant commercial, all of that. But we don't need to change the land use designations to high density, 45 to 60 units per acre, 75-foot tall buildings. I don't think that is really necessary, although I will say that we do have 75-foot buildings in the city of Thousand Oaks already. And it all depends on how they're built and how they're placed. So I urge everybody to please keep an open mind and to be respectful of other people's opinions. And this is the only way that we will get through this. We will not make everybody happy with our decision next week. That I can assure you. But there is certainly room for improvement in this preferred land use map that we are discussing tonight. I have many questions and concerns and comments, but in the interest of time, I will now go to public speakers. Madam Clerk, do you need to announce anything, or can I just go to the public speakers directly?
Madam Mayor, you can move directly to the speakers.
Wonderful, thank you. So what we will do is for the first few minutes or so, we will go to Zoom speakers first due to technical constraints. We need to go to Zoom speakers first, and then we will go to you here in the audience. Our first speaker here on the list, and I believe I have 136 speakers today, is Michelle Ketke, followed by Brett Boynton and Karen Wilburn.
Hello. Hello, I'm Michelle Ketke, Newbury Park. I would like to address the most far-reaching and least known element before us. The chart on page 319 shows that the areas designated as neighborhood low, which the city stated in print would be excluded from the update, have their density increased by 33%. we were misdirected to look at the corridor near the 101 and away from neighborhood low areas, where the density will be increased from 2 to 4 units per acre to 2 to 6 units per acre. And heights are increased from 25 feet to 35 feet. These are single family neighborhoods. Simply put, you could soon see 3-story houses, or more likely, apartment buildings on your street. And at 35 feet, we are not talking guest houses or ADUs. Discovering these details raises the following questions. Why was this critical change not included in the survey questions? Where is it explained on the city's website? Why weren't current heights and densities listed for comparison? Why did the city promise that only 3% of the city would be affected when, with this change in density and heights, the stage is set for infill apartments and single family neighborhoods throughout the valley?
Thank you, Ms. Ketke. Your time is up. Every speaker has 2 minutes, by the way, just as a reminder. We do need to go to our next speaker, Brett Boynton, followed by Karen Wilburn. Again, 2 minutes each. And expect a little bit of a delay as we switch from one speaker to the next. Do we have Brett with us via video?
Council members, building height and density upzoning changes to the general plan began in the San Fernando Valley in the late 70s. The area I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, was altered into a concrete jungle by upzoning. Senate Bill 330 is being twisted as camouflage for developers to rush us into upzoning. The proposals to overbuild the Borchard, Maurice and Reno Newberry Park lots and other remaining parcels of open space with medium to high density houses shoehorned in for maximum builder profit are not what SB 330 orders. The state has only required Thousand Oaks to plan for 2,621 units in the next 8 years. The 333 residential apartments Amgen proposal would deliver true workforce housing. That should be the City of Thousand Oaks model. To satisfy the state's mandate, repurpose our existing commercial properties that already have a footprint with viable ingress in place. This is how we meet the state's requirement without radically altering the zoning of our open space parcels of land that are adjacent to established residential neighborhoods. The questionable urban design consultant crafted survey only sampled a little over 1% of our population. A non-inclusive survey that disenfranchises 126,000 of our residents cannot be your justification for approval. A major upzoning and general plan change affecting 2,000 parcels of land in our community should be put to the legal vote of all residents.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Wilburn, joining us via video as well.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Karen Wilburn. I live in Newberry Park. I originally questioned the validity of the first survey at the March 29th planning meeting, and Mr. Newman coined the phrase shenanigans. Mr. Ramey later assured us nothing was found to suggest foul play. Mr. Parker was quoted in the Acorn as saying, attempts for us to question or invalidate the survey was an affront to those who participated in the process. The May 13th staff report still supports the original survey results. The team is aware of 3 organizations encouraging their members to respond in a particular way, and I don't disagree with that. I believe the first 2 of these are well-established business organizations, and I'm guessing the third is Conejo Valley Residents for Sensible Planning. This group didn't even exist at the time of the survey, so we had no involvement in swaying the original responses. Now the latest survey comes out, and surprise, out of 2,700 total responses, over 1,800 people voted for mixed use for the Borchard parcel. 646 said no. At the same time, every other question on the survey was not answered by about 1,800 people, the same number who said they supported mixed use on the lot. Is this a coincidence? The letters in the supplemental packets were 20-1 against development of this lot, with the exception of a petition from Mr. Maradian with 54 signatures, many of whom were Teal Boulevard business owners, as well as a few chamber members. Why is this so different from the survey results? How can Mr. Ramey or Mr. Parker still stand behind the survey? It only raises questions about the Borchard lot, but with 68% not answering the other question, confuses the issue in the other areas of the city. It's clear these cities do not represent the voice of the people. Anyone can see that. Take this parcel off the map or put it to a valid vote of the people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Lewis, followed by Laura Lewis, and then Rob McCoy. Alan Lewis.
Council members. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, honorable council members. I grew up in Casa Conejo, and I'm a resident now. I know what the streets are like here with the traffic that there currently is. I can speak to the fact that developing the 37-acre parcel at Borchard would radically change the character of this community. And I can also assure you that most of the residents here are not in favor of this happening should there be a connection on the current roads. But there are also other issues. The flood hazard as well. The Borchard parcel currently functions as a detention basin. Wind flow in the Arroyo Seco, the channel that runs right by our community and through it, overflows during severe storms. The water is allowed to spill onto the property, thereby providing flood protection for homes in our community. So I'm asking council to please consider the fact that what is the appropriateness of responses to the survey for members outside our community deciding what is done within our portion of the community? Would you want members of Westlake Village deciding what is done in your area of Thousand Oaks, or if you live in Newbury Park, likewise? So these are just my simple thoughts, and I pass it on to the next speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Lewis.
Madam Mayor, would
Mr.
you please
Jones?
give me the name of the gentleman who just spoke?
Alan Lewis.
Thank you.
Next person is Laura Lewis. Do we have Laura? Oh, you were here in person. Hello. But you're not speaking. Okay, you're here for moral support, I guess, then. All right. Then our next speaker is Rob McCoy via video. Former council member Rob McCoy. Are you with us?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, Madam Mayor.
Good to see you.
And council members. I know you guys are up against a difficult situation, and I just wanted to share that the general plan is necessary. You're all doing great work. In regards to the parcel on Borchard, with an easement that the county has possessed to hold this landowner hostage for all these years, I would just ask that we not weaponize government to take away someone's private property so that can become part of the Santa Monica Mountain Conservancy. The same abuse by government has happened to us and all of our congregants at our church. And this is just unacceptable. This is not why folks have been elected. Whatever's to be built there is up to you guys in that capacity, but to use government to take away someone's private property is unacceptable. I've been to Washington, D.C. as a council member. on a lobbyist trip and spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers. It's not wetlands. All the things that have been put forward, that's just not the case. This is private property, and if they want to have it for the Santa Monica Mountain Conservancy, that they're not allowed to use government to steal someone's property. It's unacceptable. Thank you for all you do. God bless you guys, and coming to you live from Florida, so it's late over here. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you. Say hi to Michelle. All right. Next speaker, we have Anaí Quiroz Romero via audio or telephone. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the City Council and neighbors. I am very grateful to have lived in the beautiful city of Thousand Oaks for the last 17 years. Today, I want to talk to you about from my 9-year-old self. The earliest memory that I have of this beautiful city is me living here for 3 years, going to the Conejo School District, and then going back to Mexico. And for a month, I cried because I wasn't shocked. I was coming from Thousand Oaks, and I cried every single day. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. Now that I'm older and I've gone to other places like Spokane, Austin, or Denver, I know that a place like Thousand Oaks did not happen overnight. And maybe the founding fathers of the city got it right. And right now I'm very concerned about all these discussions about having 6 to 7-story buildings. And how I feel about that is over my dead body. And I feel very strongly about this, and I mean it. Because I know that when I see the open space and I feel awe and reverence to the land, there are other people that don't see the land like that. They just want to go, use it, exploit it, build houses over it so they can make money. And that's not how I see what we have at stake here. We have a very high standard of living that we must protect, but we also have this state requirement that we must adhere to, and we have to dictate how it goes. And I believe that what we are looking for is creativity and ingenuity so that we can meet our state requirements, but at the same time, keep the standard of living that we have built.
Thank you.
And, okay.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Greg King, followed by Roseanne Witt, and then Natalie Farahan. Reminding again, everyone, you have 3 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, 2. I'm so used to saying 3. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us on. And while I give full respect to Pastor Rob, but what he's talking about is nonsense. The area that he's talking about the Borchard area, is single-family living. And from what I understand, they're trying to build multi-homes, housing back here, and there's just not, it's not safe. It's just simply not safe. So I would ask that the council would look and come into the area, which I'm sure they have already, but come with a good heart that shows that the people that live back here are people that are concerned about the safety of everything that goes on back here. It is a flood zone. Whether they change it or not, that's, we'll abide by whatever they want to do, but it still has to be single family home. From what I understand, with all the other projects that are going on, it's they have enough housing with the other projects that they don't need this area to be a multi or low or medium density. But I'll pass the rest of my time on.
Thank you, Greg. The next speaker is Roseanne Witt, followed by Natalie Farahan, and then Sharon Mobaseri. Again, you have 2 minutes.
Dear Madam Mayor and council members,
This map allows between 22 and 35,000 new housing units for a population increase of between 46 and 73%, without citing new parks, schools, or libraries for new residents. Infrastructure impacts on roads, water, and sewer aren't considered until after map approval. This map also allows 7-story commercial and industrial buildings, which will remain vacant if people continue working and shopping from home post-COVID. Most of this development is sandwiched between the 101 freeway and Teal Boulevard. People living there will breathe the city's worst air. Concentrating development there will increase pollution, traffic, and parking congestion in nearby neighborhoods, especially if, quote, everyone in town is driving there to gather, end quote, as one council member hoped for at the April 27th council meeting. Gridlock on escape routes during evacuations could prove deadly, increasing the potential for catastrophe as climate change makes simultaneous emergencies more frequent, as happened when the Borderline shooting, Santa Ana winds, Hill and Woolsey fires converged, bringing roadways to a standstill as residents tried to flee. If improving affordable housing choices for younger generations and seniors, reinvigorating aging underperforming retail, providing neighborhood gathering centers, creating anchor points for walking, cycling, and public transit near where most residents already live, so much of us can do daily errands without driving, reducing traffic and miles traveled, lessening climate impacts, and improving quality of life are to become more than just rhetorical benefits of our general plan update. Pilot projects in just the Oaks and Jan's malls, Amgen Employment Hub, and all existing neighborhood commercial centers known as village centers are a healthier, safer, smarter, more viable path than an artificial build out of Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Thank you. Again, 2 minutes,
allow
everyone.
mixed-use
Everyone
mediums.
has 2 minutes. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. Everybody has 2 minutes. Next speaker will be Natalie Farahan, followed by Sharon Mobasseri and Benjamin Foritan. Do we have Natalie Farahan? No? Okay, then we will go to Sharon Mobasseri. And also, I'm asking the speakers to state your city of residence,
Hello.
please.
Hi,
All right,
good
do we
evening.
have Natalie Farahan? We'll go with Natalie first.
Yeah, this is Natalie. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead. 2 minutes, please.
Great. Hi, my name is Natalie, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I am in strong support of the development of the Borchard site. As a millennial, speaking on behalf of other residents my age, we are in desperate need of a community gathering place in our neighborhood. Currently, we have to drive out of the city for recreation and meetups. I want this city to be a place where my friends and I are proud to live and work, and it would be a shame if we had to move away. Many young people are leaving our city due to lack of things just mentioned. We need a change that only the Borchard site can bring. I say this because of its size, proximity to all of our major employers, inclusion of public transportation, and the options it will offer for people of all ages. There is nowhere else in our city that fulfills these needs. The site will create jobs, it will increase revenue for the city, help solve our housing crisis, and most importantly, serve as a place where our very own community and residents can gather and enjoy. Please rezone the site for mixed use, as staff is also recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have PJ Mobasseri. PJ Mobasseri, followed by Benjamin Foritan. Good evening. 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Mobasseri. I live in Thousand Oaks. I'm a hospice and geriatric physician. I do several house calls, mainly in the Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park area. The constant complaints I hear from most of my patients are they're stuck in their homes. They need to downsize. They want to stay in the community. However, they have no place to go. These folks want options, which are not being provided for them. It's come to my attention that there are 37 acres available that can be turned into a beautiful pedestrian-friendly environment where seniors can go, move out of their expensive homes, and letting new families move in while still remaining in the community. I think you guys should strongly consider and support creating a mixed-use environment and a town square village out of Newbury Park off of Orchard. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Benjamin Foritan, followed by Panthea Pedoim.
Good evening, council members. My name is Benjamin. I live in Los Angeles County, and I strongly support the recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. I am a student at Moore Park Community College and am unable to find local housing. This rezoning would help me and my peers have a place to live and enjoy locally. Activation of the Borchard property would create jobs, housing, parks, revenue for the community, and keep the youth local. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Panthea Pedoim, followed by Amit Kohan.
Hi, my name is Panthea Pedoim. I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm a nurse practitioner specializing in pediatrics. And, oh, you guys can see me now. And I am in full support of the staff recommendation for the mixed-use zoning. I feel like it would create jobs, it would create housing. The parks and open spaces are much needed in our community, as well as the revenue that this project will bring, I think is needed here. I think it's also great, to keep our workforce local. I know, a lot of my colleagues talk about, commuting, and it's nice to have housing close to work. I ask that, you guys really give this opportunity to the site, and please support the mixed use permit of this area. I think it would be a great asset to our community.
Thank you. Next, we have Amit Kohan, followed by Orly Kamrava. Do we have Amit Kohan? If not, we go to Orly Kamrava. Okay, so no Omid, no Orly, and we were going to go to speakers in the audience. Madam Clerk. Jessica Merabi is in the audience. Okay, all right. Do we have Jessica Merabi next? Do we have Jasmine Yamini?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Jasmine, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. Some of the most beautiful projects and communities are located in floodplains. From New Orleans to Playa Vista to Oxnard and even Newbury Park, they all have one thing in common. They're all built in floodplains. Google, Apple, Amazon, Snapchat, Facebook, and countless other world-renowned companies have their campuses in floodplains right here in Southern California. Developing in a floodplain is nothing more than simple engineering. People have been building in floodplains long before our time and will continue to far into the future. So even in Newbury Park, if you couldn't build in a floodplain, how is everything surrounding Borchard site built? Everything surrounding the Borchard site is in the floodplain without any problems or issues. Our flood maps suggest a minor amount of impact in the best in the event of a 100-year flood. There would be no loss of life or property. And what are we afraid of? I mean, give this property a chance to bring forward a project that embraces the flood issues and turns it into a community asset. That was my son yelling there, sorry. Please support the rezoning of the Borchard site. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And do we have Jessica Merabi with us on Zoom? If not, then I see we have one more name actually, Orly Kamrava. Do we have Orly now? what we will do, because of technical constraints, we will take a 5-minute break and then go with you in the audience, okay? Just 5 minutes. 5-minute recess. Thank you. with the public speakers who are actually here in person. You are the very first residents of the city of Thousand Oaks to be back in the city council chambers. Thank you for your patience. I believe some of you, though, may have left. We will begin with Paul Carbone, followed by Todd Smith, and then Chris Bridges. Now, you all have 2 minutes. Paul, you can come on down. After you speak, would you please grab one of those wipes to your left and wipe down the microphone? And then you can also use the hand sanitizer, if you wish. Yes, that smaller microphone. Yes, that's the one. We can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Paul Carbone. My wife's sons and myself are 21-year residents of Newbury Park. I'm here to address one and the same 37-acre land parcel currently under consideration for land use redesignation. My specific concern, future vehicle traffic egress. To summarize, there are only 3 total points of possible egress. 2 of the 3 are at Denise Street and Ellis Drive, both single lane, both of them long-established residential areas, a majority being Ventura County owned. Both terminate into Wendy Drive, another single-lane road already overtaxed with traffic from Dos Vientos, all leading to single-lane entrances to the 101 freeway, not designed for much more than there. Third point of egress, a vacant lot near Borchard Road, adjacent to a long-established retail center that most could support single-lane traffic. The 8,000 square foot per lot R1 zoning currently in place does not have to be modified to mixed use at this time. Instead, defer to future change based upon case-by-case submissions that actually make sense. Once land use designation is changed, it is my understanding that there is no rollback option pursuant to California state law. It is also my understanding that the preferred land use initiative consists of 400% above and beyond in regards to the increased housing capacity minimums established by the state of California. And strike that. How are all these additional vehicles getting in and out of this potential new development? We who currently live in that area are very concerned. And finally, if you're going to conduct a survey, do it fairly. By verifying the identity and address verification of the respondents. Not a free-for-all like the one I did for my phone a few days ago that my cousins in Italy could have participated with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if I'm going to call your name, Todd Smith and Chris Bridges, and you can come on down already and move into one of the chairs or seats in the front row.
Am I supposed to try and wipe down something here?
Yes, grab that wipe, and then you can just wipe down the microphone. And please keep, Todd, if you could keep your distance, that would be great.
It's foam.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we're trying it for the first time.
Hi, thank you. I'm Todd Smith. I'm a financial advisor in Thousand Oaks. I live on Alice Drive, the corner of Kitty and Alice. And according to a reputable source available on a Quest, I didn't bring it tonight, sorry to say, but it's very simple. The addition of 700 on the low side, 720 living units, up to a maximum of 1,600 new housing units on the property will create an average of 8 trips per day per home minimum. With 2 cars, that's a very conservative number. That would result in, on the low side, 5,760 added vehicle trips onto the surrounding streets on the low side, and 12,800 extra car trips per day on the high side, all going down Alice Drive and Denise, jamming Michael. Let that sink in, please. That's a boondoggle. The ugly math, the houses that sell on Wendy Drive because of traffic concerns sell for an average of $50,000 less. I got that today from a realtor that you would know and that you all know and see all the time. He's sold 4 houses on Wendy in the last couple of years. There are 75 houses that are adjacent to Alice and Denise, not even counting any of the other areas or Michael. Those 75 homes would be at $50,000 each. That totals to $33,750,000 that we will be subsidizing this landowner as he laughs all the way to the bank and sticks his finger in the eye of the landowners who have been vexing him for so many years. That isn't an investment that any of us has available to us in the real world. Just before we go here, let's not forget the great idea. Let's bring in the bar scene on the property.
Thank you.
Let's have some alcohol introduced to the streets on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights.
Thank you, Todd.
Maybe. It's not the legacy that I know each of you guys wants to leave for this community in the 2045 program. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We have next Chris Bridges, followed by Steve Callan. And I'm wondering whether we will be able to have everybody wipe down the microphone. That would be great. It's okay. Chris is doing it for you. It's a little weird. Let me turn off the mic. Here we go. Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't think it's on. Oh,
Chris, it's on. Yes.
The only thing
Go
I
ahead.
ever learned to wipe was kids' diaper area. Anyway, been in the Conejo Valley for 35 years. Love it here. I just have one question. First of all, I don't believe this is a legitimate survey at all. It represents less than 1% of the population of the Conejo Valley. I do not think that that is fair to the constituents of this community that you represent. And I ask you to look at that survey and perhaps issue one by mail to everybody's address, not just in their water bill, not just comments in a newspaper that most people drive over 20 times the sprinkler's water and they put in their trash can. That's in my regards to the current survey. The original state requirement was 2,612 units. Why, at this time, do we have to change our precious general plan that has kept this community the awe of California? Why? I can say that I believe it must be greed from developers. Adding 22,000 units is not, I assure you, what your constituents wish at all. And if you take a new survey, you will find that out. I implore this council to represent the majority and to ask yourselves, what is the rush? We are going to satisfy Sacramento. What is the rush to change our general plan? Many of those points tonight were interesting to me, but what is interesting to me most is the congestion that we will face in this valley. What will happen if there's a fire? What will happen if there's an earthquake? We won't be able to move. This land only supports so many people.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Callan, followed by Glenn Halfskilled and Kimberly Convey. And I'm wondering whether it's better if you do keep your mask on so we don't have to worry about wiping down the microphone, because that is taking up a bit of time and it's making a lot of noise. So if you don't mind, thank you so much.
Hi. I just wanted to speak generally about the Rancho Conejo 101 area. I live on Denise Street, and my property is kind of unique in that the Borchard property is on two sides of my house. I'm right at the end of Denise Street. And we talk about fit and what fits with the area, and I drive home every night down Alice, and I look at, there's a fence there, and then it goes onto that field. And so I'm going through these in my head. What would it look like if it was built out with single-family homes like it's zoned? and you would see the street and sidewalks, and you'd see grass, and you'd see homes pinched between the Michael Road development and then Fox Meadows, where I live. And then I think about, okay, let's have the other options, streets. You have sidewalks, then you have parking and cars, and probably 3-story condos or apartments pinched between Michael Drive and Fox Meadows. And it just, to me, my opinion, it doesn't fit. Second thing that I wanted to talk about is I also work in the area. I work in the Rancho, the Conejo Spectrum area. And in end of 2018, I was there when the Hill Fire started, and I watched from my office as it burned through. And I sat in the traffic for 2.5 hours to try to get across the 101 to where I live. And it was a nightmare, guys. I would caution you about adding density to that area. That's not the solution for that safety issue. And I sat there myself and experienced it. So I just want to caution you on increasing density in that area in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Glenn Hafskjold, followed by Kimberly Convey, and then the Executive Director of the Chamber, Danielle Borgia.
Hi, my name is Glenn Hafskjold.
Glenn, would you mind keeping your mask on so we don't have to constantly wipe down the microphone?
Leave it on?
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Hope it doesn't come out sounding like a mumble. Okay, my name is Glenn Hafskjold. And first of all, I want to thank Bob Engler for taking the time to respond to my emails, and your suggestions really helped. I appreciate that. I've had to throw away a carefully prepared presentation because of some of the things I saw. The first one being that the meeting that I attended did not show support for village centers. There was only 11% support, and yet somehow that resulted in it still being recommended, for instance, at Los Arboles and Herbs. The second item I wanted to cover is that it said that the jobs were a key focus. But if you're going to focus on jobs in this community, why don't you just start with a simple survey of businesses? Send it to them open-ended. What are the things that Thousand Oaks could do to make a better business environment for your business, and see what you get? Instead, what we get are summaries of conversations, which allows people to insert their own interpretations. And last, I want to finish with a question. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association website shows Thousand Oaks Boulevard between Moore Park Road and between Moore Park Road and Westlake Boulevard as being 2 lanes in each direction. Yet the good examples that were of development that were being shown, like Lancaster Boulevard and Lancaster, have taken a street that was originally 2 lanes in each direction, reduced it to 1 lane in each direction so that they could expand the sidewalk area for purposes of walkability. So my question to the council is the intent to maintain Thousand Oaks Boulevard as 2 lanes in each direction for the entire distance between Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake Boulevard? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kimberly Convey, followed by Danielle Borgia and Tim McDougall. Thank you, Jonathan. That was our theaters director, Jonathan Surratt. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kimberly. I live in Newbury Park, across on the foothills of Stagecoach Inn. We came here 15 years ago when my daughter was 1 year old from Sherman Oaks. I work in the film industry, and there's about 3,000 of us out here in Thousand Oaks. I commute every day from Studio City to Newbury Park, and what drew us here when our child was 1 was the open spaces, the amount of trees, the neighborhoods where she could just play in, the single-family homes, and even now, well, I was just driving down Ventura, and the Walgreens area with the Hamptons Inn, the trees are now matured and starting to cover that. I like the fact that every time you drive around the city, you don't see buildings. It's covered with trees. It looks beautiful. I'm grateful every day that I drive around, I can see the hills and the rolling hills, Tarantula Hill, all of those. I don't want to see, the reason I'm here is because the survey didn't allow me to strongly agree with mixed use because of the height. I don't want to see a 7-story building. I don't want it to look like Encino. I don't want it to look like Sherman Oaks. I was drawn here because it doesn't do that. Teal is one of the greenest cities in the nation. I think we need to keep it that way and lower the heights. The mixed use is good. I agree with building on a floodplain. That didn't work out so well for New Orleans or Texas or anywhere else you build along a floodplain. So the thing is, the mixed use, all that stuff is fine as long as we keep the buildings low and don't build on environmental ecosystems.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Danielle Borgia, followed by Tim McDougall, and then former Mayor Chuck Cohen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Danielle Borgia. I am a Thousand Oaks resident, raising my 3 young daughters in this community. I am also the president and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 800 businesses in the Conejo Valley, and they employ tens of thousands of our local residents. I'm here tonight on behalf of our executive committee, and we would like to express our support for the preferred land use map that's before you this evening. During our recent economic forecast, which many of you attended, Dr. Feenup from CLU pinpointed the lack of new homes being permitted as the cause of our county's pre-pandemic weakness. He also highlighted that based on the revised data released just this year, between 2007 and 2018, Ventura County's economy shrank by $8.6 billion. This land use map, combined with our biotech sector, is the opportunity to change our post-pandemic story for Thousand Oaks, positioning our city for economic resilience and growth. Tonight, you will hear from some of the city's largest employers that will share how important the issue of housing is to their businesses, retaining employees and attracting new employees. Los Robles Hospital, Sage Publishing, CLU, Atera Biotherapeutics, just to name a few. And our largest employer, Amgen, continues to voice their support for mixed-use housing and notes it as a vital factor in deciding where to locate offices is the availability of a wide variety of housing options for their employees. On behalf of our board of directors and 800 members, I urge you to support the recommended map in front of you, which will allow for strategic growth while preserving our single-family neighborhoods, our open space, and our parks that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim McDougall, and then followed by former Mayor Chuck Cohen, now a land use attorney. I need to remind our Zoom participants and attendees that we have not forgotten about you. We are just now switching formats to our in-chamber audience, and then as soon as we are done here inside the chambers, we will go back to Zoom. All right, so Tim McDougall and then Chuck Cohen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, members in the audience who've thought enough to come out here and voice your opinion, whether you agree with me or not. It's important for us to have these discussions. I think one thing that we all need to consider is these are long-term plans. It's not something that we're doing without a lot of effort on the city to gather relevant information. And it's unfortunate when people don't want to take the survey. And I think you would find over history, a lot of people just choose not to participate because they expect our elected officials to make decisions on their behalf. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. I am a 21-year resident of Newbury Park. I got here as fast as I could from Atlanta. And I'm in favor of the general plan that you have in front of you because we definitely need new housing, availability for our young people, including my own children. And we also need to be able to have places for people to enjoy our community. And I feel very strongly about the Borchard Road development because I live very close to it. And I've done surveys of my own to see what some of my constituents or friends and stuff think about it. And usually it would be like, say, 12 people would be in favor and 4 people would be against it. And I find that most of the people that are adamantly against it are affected because they live right on that area. And I understand and empathize with that. But we have to think of the whole picture and our whole community and the whole area and what that might bring as far as an attractive place, something that we could be very proud of and share with future generations. Thank you for your time, commitment. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Chuck Cohen, followed by Sean Moradian, and then Lori Dingman.
It's exciting to be here tonight, Mayor. Thank you. I wish I had some magic words that would make this easier for everybody, but that's just not the way democracy works. And I think what has to be done here is for you to distinguish between a recognition that a stagnant community is not one that can succeed, and a recognition that most people, just as a natural course, would prefer to see less or no change. And it therefore rests with you folks to apply good judgment, not in the immediate time, although you got to make a decision with regard to the state land use element, but to recognize that this is a plan for 25 to 40 years. And when we adopted the general plan in 1971, there are so many things that we did not foresee at that time. And I've sent in a written piece to you folks outlining at least a dozen of the things that we couldn't see clearly in 1971. And there are at least the same, maybe even a more dynamic number today, that you have to have some recognition that it can happen, and that there be flexibility, and that a general plan is a guide. It is not the Bible. And so just relax and be as thoughtful as you possibly can. We have some fine, we represent some fine applicants that will do good work if in fact they're given the opportunity, and that this isn't the moment to be able to go into those details. Thank you very much for your
Thank you. Next, thank you. We have Sean Moradian, followed by Lori Dingman, and then John Stokely. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Sean Moradian, Thousand Oaks native and lifelong resident. My family planted its roots in Thousand Oaks in the 1960s, way before the city was even incorporated. This is the only home we know, care for, and love. We've been part of so much of the history and progress of Thousand Oaks over the last 50 years. My entire adult life has been committed to enhancing and beautifying our city to keep it desirable for families and young residents like myself and generations to come to enjoy. We owe it to ourselves and the next generation of residents to provide them a city that is better than the one we are inheriting. Thousand Oaks is nearly built out. We have over 100 acres of land left in the entire city. 2017, the city identified those parcels known as the opportunity sites. Staff recommendation is to rezone those sites for mixed use, especially the Borchard site, which my family purchased in 1978. There are endless community benefits to this property. My letter and thousands of supporters speaks volumes of the shared belief that Borchard site must be activated to meet a wide range of city council goals and priorities. A mixed-use designation does not allow a by-right development, but mere flexibility that will enhance the entire Rancho Conejo area while planning to protect sensitive uses nearby. We understand the neighbors' concerns of potential flooding should we develop. Flood mitigation is something we take seriously, and we will ensure any project we bring forward will not only maintain the existing flood storage volume, but rather improve it. Ultimately, we understand that any project presented will meet state, city, and federal government to ensure we do not impact our neighbors, in addition to the parking study and traffic mitigations as well. The mixed-use development or designation today does not mean we build tomorrow. I really like to emphasize this to everyone. The mixed-use land designation will simply provide this opportunity to flexible, good planning design and for a sustainable project in the future. An approved mixed-use designation will allow us to simply start the conversation with the city and the community at large to meet goals and priorities. I thank you for your time and consideration this evening, and I urge you to support staff's recommendation for full mixed-use zoning on the Borchard site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Dingman, followed by John Stokely, and then Minu Sandhu. Good evening.
Good evening. Unfortunately, my mask is not compatible with my glasses. I will stand back.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for considering the most serious matter before you. My name is Lori Dingman. I have lived in Newbury Park for 50 years. For the last 23 years, my home has backed the Borchard FEMA flood zone property. The proposed change from very low density residential to high density mixed use is unbelievable and stunning. There is absolutely no argument that substantiates such a dangerous and drastic change of use, and there is no reason to rush to make this unwarranted change now. Since the city is only required to build 2,600 units over the next 8 years, your own planning commissioner, David Newman, has said, "What is the rush?" We are boldly asking you to slow down this process and not change the land designation on the Borchard property at this time. Because of the state mandate, you can always go forward, but you know that if this is changed, you cannot go back. Allowing even the split designation that was recommended by some on the Planning Commission would be tragic, since it will bring high density to our already full residential neighborhoods and streets. We, as the property owners of the surrounding neighborhoods, respectfully request that you require the property owner to bring forward a site-specific plan with environmental impact studies for the city to consider before making any use or zoning changes. This is the only responsible way to proceed that is fair to all. Mr. Muradian's mantra of not receiving equity for his property is misplaced. This parcel, with all of the complicated issues, needs special consideration, and it is not the same as any other parcel. People who want to build on a cliff at the beach need much more planning and studies for safety than someone who wants to build on property with no issues. Those are just the facts. And if we are considering equity, we respectfully remind the council that we are property owners as well, and Mr. Muradian does not have more rights than those of us who surround his property. Would the city consider my plan to tear down my home and build a bar, hotel, or 4-story apartment building in my neighborhood? I think it's pretty safe to say that the answer would be no. We're calling on each of you to stand by your promise to retain the character of residential neighborhoods. This ridiculous plan to add thousands of cars, bars, and people to our quiet neighborhood is unimaginable and irresponsible, and we ask you to leave it with its current land designation. Thank you.
Thank you. John Stokely, followed by Minu Sandhu, and then Madhusudan Sandhu.
Good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena and fellow city council members. My name is John Steckley. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and the development lead for Macerich, the owner and operator of the Oaks Mall. I want to thank the City Council, Planning Commission, city staff, the GPAC, the consultants, and all those in the community for their thoughtfulness and engagement throughout this entire general plan process. We appreciate your inclusiveness in this process, and we're excited to work with the city and community as this moves into the housing element update. I also want to thank the community for their feedback and survey comments specific to the Oaks. Each member of this community is our customer. I want to underline that fact. Everyone in this room has been to the Oaks, knows the Oaks. You are all our customers, and our business is to listen to our customers. And we have intently listened to your wishes as we are looking to transform the Oaks into a more vibrant and exciting mixed-use destination. We believe a mixed-use designation for the Oaks is critical to guaranteeing the Oaks' long-term viability while adding new uses that all members of the community can enjoy. Consequently, we fully support the staff's recommendation to designate the Oaks as mixed-use low while allowing us to keep our existing height limit. We believe this designation gives us flexibility to accommodate a wider variety of uses, including residential, hotel, and office, and fairly recognizes the height limit existing at the mall today. If staff's recommendation is adopted, Macerich is ready to work with all community stakeholders, again, our customers, to develop a long-term strategic vision for the Oaks that will ensure the mall's important role in this community for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Minu Sandhu, followed by Madhusudan Sandhu.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council and neighbors. This is my first time, and I've been an American citizen for 45 years to be involved, and I love Thousand Oaks. We've had our businesses here. And you know, one of my colleagues called us and said, hey, you got to get involved. And before I knew it, two of my businesses had the letter, and a couple of properties we bought recently had a letter. So what's going on? So I decided to come tonight And the first thing is I'm really amazed at your, Dr. McNamee, your survey results, because I also have a statistics degree. And when I saw that survey tonight, first time, I thought, what the heck? I mean, how can you have 68% of the respondents not answer the survey? Well, that should be thrown out the window, the whole survey, because that means it's not valid. For any study, that would be the case. And you've got 98% saying that they have an interest in Borchert. Well, there's a bias there. So you all need to look at who answered that survey and what was the intent. So I'm sorry, statistically, it's not making sense to me. The theme here, is that we're trying to get one property, and I respect you for whatever you want to do, but we cannot have one property be the sole, attention for resolving our Thousand Oaks property problem. We need to disperse it across the community and let everybody benefit and get into the survey or whatever we need to do. We need to be equitable to the entire community. At the end of the day, I really trust the council. I've been in this, we have our 7-Elevens, we bought it, with that faith, and I trust all of you guys will make the right decision. And I thank you for the opportunity that I could say something. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Madhusudan Sandhu. You pass? Okay. Bill Oakes, followed by Eric Adams, and then Robert Horn.
Hello,
Good evening.
council members. I'm Bill Oakes. I did have some materials I was hoping to show as slides, but staff has volunteered to pass them around. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks and live around Herbs and Hillcrest Drive. I've reviewed the proposed general plan updates in regards to the zoning changes, and I do see a need for various changes to assist with the city's future needs. However, the community I represent believes they have found possible discrepancy or oversight that they would like clarification on. So document page A, the parcel land located at 2080 East Hillcrest Drive is currently zoned for low-density residential. The proposed update shows it as neighborhood medium-high. Document page 1, the larger overview of the area with arrow pointing in red to the subject parcel, proposed zoning shows as neighborhood medium-high orange. Document 2, page 2, shows a closer look at the parcel at 2080 East Hillcrest Drive with a similar sized parcel to the right in yellow, which is Mackenzie Court. And now Mackenzie Court is shown here with estimated homes, contains single-family homes. Its newly proposed zoning is neighborhood low. What I'm trying to point out is we have two similar parcels that are almost next to each other, same size, same amount of homes, but different zoning. So again, there might be some discrepancy, I don't know, but the slide shows a community mock-up that's already, City of Thousand Oaks has approved a property for development at 28 Hillcrest Drive, and it's approved 9 single-family homes. Again, it's almost identical to Mackenzie Court, but flipped around in regards to the entrance of the homes and the entrance to the street. So the question the community is looking for is clarification on if this is a discrepancy or needs to be corrected, or if the preferred alternative zoning neighborhood is correct. If so, does this permit the current site owner or developers or future developers to scrap the 9 homes already approved and submit a larger density plan?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Adams, followed by Scott Horn, and then David Finney. And if you could just move to the microphone when I call your name. We do have a seat in the front for the next speaker. So Eric Adams, Scott Horn, David Finney. Is Eric Adams here? No? Okay, so you're Scott Horn?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, neighbors. My name is Robert Scott Horn. I have lived in the Conejo Valley since 1971, and I am a Newbury Park High School graduate, class of 1979. I own a home in Newbury Park. and operate a small business in Thousand Oaks. I am here to remind you all, in Thousand Oaks, slow growth is in our DNA. This rush to massively overdevelop all of our city by rezoning is not who we are. We, the people of Thousand Oaks, have for decades carefully guarded our growth. We fought the land wars in the 90s. We expressed our affinity for open spaces with the SOARS initiative, and Measure E confirmed the slow growth mandate for Thousand Oaks. So now, how the freak did we get here tonight? We are considering adding almost 30,000 dwellings. That's not us. I want to point out the most egregious overdevelopment madness in the general plan update. I want to remind you why the Borchard Wetlands property has sat vacant for all these decades, because it is a floodplain. I list the following proof that the floodplain parcel, the Borchard Wetlands, should not be rezoned and is undevelopable. In your own existing City of Thousand Oaks general plan update from 2014 to 2021, you were the mayor then too, the PDF has the Borchard parcel listed as Site 57 on the housing elements list. Page 113, Mr. Towns, of the appendices. On page 45 of the general plan PDF, it describes the Borchard site as follows. Site 57 is 36 acres plus an area and is zoned R1-8, which allows for single-family lots with a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. However, the housing capacity was reduced from a theoretical capacity of more than 150 dwellings to 20 dwellings because most of the site is constrained by existing wetlands and future flood control improvements. The city general plan says it right there on page 45.
Horn?
City Council, I urge you all, be the heroes tonight. Do not rezone the Borchard wetlands. Leave it as is. Then we can move forward to abandoned development and save it as open space.
Mr. Horn, would you mind picking up a wipe and wipe down the
wipe down,
microphone?
you got it.
Thank you. I believe David Finney is next, followed by Bram Estes. Thank you.
I want to specifically address the Borchard parcel. I'd like each of you to imagine just for a minute that you live on the north side of Michael Drive, and one evening in the future you step out into your backyard and your privacy is shattered by the sounds and the stares of an overlooking hotel's rooftop diners looking down at you, or worse, a hotel guest in his room with a pair of binoculars. A nightmare? Definitely. Preserving the character of the neighborhood? Absolutely not. I've lived in my neighborhood next to the Borchard parcel for 32 years, and when you drive to my house, you pass through an older neighborhood. You'd only know it by looking for certain things. The houses are a little bit bigger, but the character of the neighborhood was never changed because the developer followed the rules. Now let's get back to that future hotel and the developer who wants to do exactly the opposite, and not only change the character of the neighborhood, he wants to build what for our neighborhood would be an absolute monstrosity, the Borchard Village. I don't believe the 3-to-1 results of the survey for a minute. No one I know, no one, wants medium to high density homes, a hotel, a Texas barbecue, a beer garden, a country western saloon, retail shops, equestrian center, and more. A lake. Oh, and I forgot, trams, because there's no room for parking. This is not maintaining the quality. When my neighbors and I bought our homes, we knew what the zoning laws were. And Mr. Moradian knows what these same rules are when he bought. What he wants to do now is to bully you into changing the rules. He wants you to make it legal for him to do what he wants to do. He wants you to move the goalposts for him so he can do something he can't do now. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say, please don't let this happen. Don't change the character of that neighborhood. That parcel needs to be treated differently because it is different. Keep the quality of the neighborhood and the character. It's what you say you want, so please do just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bram Estes, followed by Mick Ferris, and then Wanda Kaleo.
Hello, I'm Bram Estes. I live on Alice Drive. I think it's worth pointing out that I was not aware of these surveys until the last week and didn't know the details of this until today. So I think that suggests that these surveys are not reflective of the population, and specifically the people who are directly impacted by the change of Orchard Park or Orchard property specifically. And I also think that the notion that people who live close to it have a bad opinion and the people that don't have a good opinion is kind of dismissive of the people who are directly impacted by the Orchard development. A couple concerns I have for this are that, there's debate over whether this is a floodplain, and I have witnessed it flooding off of Alice Drive. I've witnessed it overflowing from the canal behind Alice Drive. And I've also witnessed it looking down off the mountain being completely covered in water. So I don't think there's any debate there about this being a floodplain based on observations. More directly impactful and tangible to me is the living on Alice Drive. I live on one of the channels into the Orchard development, one of the roads that will become a thoroughfare, and I'm very concerned that will impact my property value and my quality of life. So I think it's worth taking that into consideration and either picking a different course and a different use for the land, or designing things very specifically to respect the integrity of what's there already and the equity of the people who have invested in the community. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. We now go to one of the GPAC members, Mick Ferris, former planning commissioner, then Wanda Kelio and Chris Hogstad. Hello.
Thank you, Mick Ferris, Newbury Park area, Thousand Oaks. And as Mayor Bill De La Pena and members of the council, as you mentioned, I'm a member of the GPAC, proud member of there. You have heard the consensus or majority opinion from the GPAC as part of the recommendation. I do serve a little bit as the minority view on that. And I want to provide that information to you today in providing your recommendation to staff. So in doing this, one of the things I do think is important for the GPAC is that we held a comprehensive review of the general plan to understand where we want to go in the future, but that does not mean necessarily a comprehensive change in the general plan. One of the things that we got asked about, or a number of things about where change should happen, what we did not get asked about is the size of the change that we were asked to do. And this is one of the things that I want to provide to you. I and 5 other former planning commissioners who have been part of that decision-making process as well as you have about upholding our general plan and approving developments of the city, ask that you provide direction to staff in a more limited number of the transfer of units to about a 5,400 unit capacity, primarily directed at change in the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace to help provide for the change needed in the changing economics of large retail establishments and in movie theaters as streaming services have changed, as well as in the Rancho Conejo area north of the 101 to help support the biotech sector, providing high-income jobs and being a bolster for the economy. We believe that that's what's needed to help provide for the change that we in the GPAC have all talked about, need for multifamily housing, moving in that direction and addressing economic conditions, but also giving you the greatest possible tools to be able to manage that going forward with restrictions coming from Sacramento. In the next 4 years, you will be asked to only allow for objective standards for your zoning. And if an application comes in and meets those objective standards, you will have very little to be able to do to manage those things as we have done in the past. Give us the opportunity to provide the right level of change, and we believe that that'll be the best interest for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wanda Calio, followed by Chris Hogstad, and I believe Gary Hartung.
Good evening, council members. I am Wanda Calio. I've lived in the Conejo since 1968. I was a little involved with the 1971 rulings that we had, and the height was really very important, and that's something that is still important as far as all of our restrictions that we have. And I would like to also let you know that the majority of my friends in my age group that go to the senior center at the Goebel Center, nobody was even aware that they had a choice of doing a survey. They had no communications of it. I would really like to know, why are we in such a hurry to do this? We had it to a residents' vote the first time. Why can't it go to a residents' vote this time so that people are aware of it? The majority of the public doesn't even know about this. So I don't know why we're in such a rush to do it. Everything else seems to be on hold because of the COVID, but this is just being rammed, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of other people. So anyway, my big thing is I think it should be to a vote the way we did it in 71. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, and I believe this is our last speaker in this chamber, is Chris Hogstad. No, Chris Hogstad, followed by Gary Hartung. Chris, you've been waiting there. Gary, you can have a seat in behind Chris, or there. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I'm Chris Hogstad. I live in Thousand Oaks. I've heard a lot of discussion tonight about the level of public engagement and support through the survey and other means behind the plan that you're looking at right now. I've also heard a lot of discussion tonight about the how and the where we're going to make changes to the plan. I've also heard that two major drivers behind the plan are the state mandate, which is about 2,600 units, and then a transfer of residential, unused residential units, which could be up to 35,000 units. And my question for staff, the council, is given the level of public support and engagement there supposedly is, has the question ever been asked to the citizens of this city, what is the appropriate number of housing units do you think that ought to be included in the plan going forward? Was that ever included in any of the surveys?
No. Go ahead.
Because I talked to my neighbors. I only recently became aware of this. I've talked to more than 20 of my neighbors. Not a single one of them was aware of it. When I told them it could be up to 35,000 units, they were not surprised. They were shocked. Absolutely shocked. And I'm talking people from 35 years old to 80 years old. Longtime residents of this town. So I would just say, if you're going to make a fundamental and major change to the master plan that has guided this community so well this many years, and you guys are missing that major piece of information, I don't think your process is ready to go forward. And I would seriously encourage you to take the time to do this right and get the public support behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker in our chambers is Gary Hartung, before we go back to the Zoom speakers. But in between, we will take another 5-minute break due to technical constraints.
Okay, I'm Gary Hartung. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I moved here about 16 months ago. And one of the facilities that I would frequently use is the community pool managed by the fascist Conejo Rec and Park District Director, Jim Friedel.
Mr. Hartung, are you speaking about the general plan update or your issue with
Well, I'm getting to it. Please bear with me. This city greatly needs at least 3 other pools for community members, adult laugh swimmers to use. You have to call at least 2 weeks in advance to get time to swim in a lane as an adult laugh swimmer over at the pool here.
You have 1 minute left to talk about the general plan update.
Okay, the general plan needs to allocate land somewhere in Newbury Park, in the central Thousand Oaks area, and over in the Westlake Village for a large pool, probably that would have 12 lanes for adult laugh swimming. There is a tremendous need for it. There are over 100 people that swim every week over at that tiny pool over there, and a lot of us are very irritated at having to call 2 weeks in advance, and sometime even then being told that there are no times for us to swim. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hartung was our last speaker in the chambers. We will take a quick 5-minute break before we resume with our speakers joining us via Zoom.
I will send her a note so that she can look it up. So when maybe you ask her.
We are back from recess, and we will continue with our public speakers who are joining us via Zoom. And we're going back to Orly Kamrava, whom we didn't reach earlier. So we have via Zoom Orly Kamrava, followed by Jennifer Gross, and then Charles Vaughn. Orly Kamrava. No Orly, then we go to Jennifer Gross, and I see Jennifer. Good evening. The speakers have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm a resident of Newbury Park for 40 years. Until last week, I was not aware that anything was going on with the Borchard parcel. I live in the neighborhood just north of the Borchard parcel. I had some awareness because they've been mowing the lawn, and eventually I learned that there was going to be development. And so I got myself prepared that the 160 houses were going in. But then I learned that it wasn't the 160 houses, it was going to be more. I took the opportunity to go and look at the shopping centers that are adjacent to the parcel, the Baskin Robbins, the library, Azars, and Smart & Final. And I counted, and between those 4 shopping centers that are a quarter mile from that parcel, there are 18 empty retail and restaurant storefronts. So 18 empty restaurant and retail storefronts within a quarter mile of that parcel. So if we need additional restaurant and retail, let's work on getting those revitalized rather than building additional retail and restaurant within the area. In addition, with regards to the walking spaces with restaurants and retail, we've tried that. We did it with the lakes. We did it with Dos Vientos, and neither one of them has been successful. So prove to me that that works. Prove to me by making the lake successful. Prove to me by making Dos Vientos successful. In general, We were caught unawares. We've been taking care of our families. We've been in a COVID pandemic. We're listening now. Give us the opportunity to talk to you. Let's take the Borchard parcel out of the general plan and let's talk about it separately. There is no rush for this. You have plenty of time to talk about this. 3 decades of city council has said no to developing that parcel. Let's continue to say no at this point. Thank you.
We go now to Charles Vaughn, followed by Kinsey Flame and Bartola Conche. And again, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I recognize the need for more affordable housing in Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park, but somehow the idea of 19% for low income is absolutely absurd. I have an MBA and worked at Amgen for 9 years. I had to leave after becoming disabled. Subsequently, I had to sell my home to pay medical expenses, and me and my wife had to move in with my sister-in-law because we could not afford an apartment in this area. This is so sad. I am writing this in order to bring out the needs of not only me and my wife, but others like me. My wife is 74 and I'm 77. In addition, the couples out there, degree or not, who really want to remain in the area. If you are intent upon building affordable housing, I recommend you do these things. Survey the senior and those below the ages of 30 years and their income. Establish from data that there should be an acceptable, affordable monthly rental or lease cost. Then and only then require the proposed contractors to build them out. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Kinsey Flame, followed by Bartola Conche and then John Edney. I see Kinsey Flame and I hear you. Go ahead. Well, I guess the picture froze. Yeah, we don't have a good connection.
Good evening, Ms. Kinsey Flame. My family. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor De La Pena, council members, city staff.
Actually, we have an interpreter. If the interpreter could be put on hold for just a moment until Kinsey Flame speaks. And Madam Clerk, could you please reset the clock for Kinsey Flame? Thank you.
Good to go?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor De La Pena, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Kinsey Flame. My family lives here in Newbury Park, and my husband and I own a business here. Our home directly backs up to the Borchard property. We are the only one of 3 homes in our neighborhood. The property line goes all the way back to the site the fence is. I'm here tonight to encourage council members to change this project of land to mixed use. I do not feel changing this mixed use will affect our open space at all. This piece of property is not like Wildwood or Mount Boney. When I look over my fence, I do not see a beautiful mountain or flowers or even animals. I see a dirty lot with rats, lots of rats. I don't have a beautiful view of Mount Boney. I have a view of the 101 freeway. I and many others have seen the developer's plans. We understand that he has plans to mitigate flooding as well as appropriately disperse traffic so that neighborhoods are not heavily affected. There's no talk of a 7-story building as the rumor mill has been spreading. I encourage my community members and council members to do your homework. This property is not a wetlands and has been privately owned for 20 years, over 20 years. I ask my community members and neighbors to think about where you'll be in 10 years. Would you like to have a walkable downtown area in Newbury Park? I sure would. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to get in your car and travel outside of our area to spend your money? Don't we all talk about shop local? Changing this property to mixed use would give our community the diverse housing it so desperately needs. It would increase revenue into our community as well as give us in Newbury Park a place for a downtown to come together as a community. I ask council members to be aware of Supervisor Park's actions. Please do not allow her to use her political influence as supervisor to impede our community from growing, generating revenue, and taking steps to solve our housing crisis. Thank you for listening. I also have one more mention to my community members. Please remember that it is not the city's job to hold your hand to be an informed community member. It is your job to stay informed, your job to be at city council meetings, to read the information that is presented to you. The city gave us all surveys. I saw you all on Nextdoor,
Ms.
on
Flame,
Facebook, on Twitter commenting. So please be aware and be informed and get involved.
Thank you. Bartola Canche, followed by John Edney and Monique Leone.
Mi nombre es Bartola Canché, yo vivo en Newbury Park y empezaré un negocio pronto. Hoy les pido más consideración para las familias que no ganan suficientes para vivir cómodos.
Señora Canche, un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Estamos esperando.
Es que el precio de un apartamento
Señora
es muy...
Bartola, ¿puede darme oportunidad de interpretar, por favor? Si gusta, nada más un momentito, por favor. Déjeme decir lo que dijo antes. My name is Bartola Canche. I live here and my husband and I are going to start a business together. Y después de que iban a empezar un negocio juntos, ¿me puede por favor decirme qué más quería comentar?
Sí. Hoy ¿le pongo mute o mi computadora o no?
Si busca ponerse en mute en la computadora, yo puedo hablar directamente
Okay,
a la
we have the
computadora y la
translator.
estoy escuchando.
Is it possible to keep the picture of the speaker up and only hear the voice of the translator?
Today, I ask
I guess not.
that you give us affordable housing to people who cannot afford it. In my area, in one apartment, a lot of people live in there. The reason is because an apartment is so expensive. I would ask you that you think of them, of these families that don't earn enough. We all deserve a place to live that we can afford. And this would be a benefit financially for our city. Thank you very much for listening. And thank you for the efforts you do towards our city.
Thank you. Next, we have John Edney, followed by Monique Leone, and then Marianne Van Zyl. Speakers have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I really appreciate the task in front of you to put together this plan, this plan that's been neglected for decades. So thank you for tackling this now so that we can all thrive in this beautiful city. I feel you, Madam Mayor, when you said earlier that no matter what you all do, not everyone is going to be happy. My parents moved here in 1973, and my mom still lives in the house I grew up in. I moved away 20 years ago to Los Angeles, and have now moved back mostly because I have a 7 and a 2-year-old. I know this is a great place to raise kids. And the second reason I came back is that I'm one of over 20 locals who invested in the building of Tarantula Hill Brewing Company. I'm the COO. I run the operations for the business. We employ 85 local residents. And this is all thank you to you all for starting this plan and allowing us to get into this business here. Most of our employees are millennials, and we'd love to see a plan put in place so that these folks can buy houses here and raise their kids. I hear what everyone's saying tonight. We have these conversations often in the brewery. I think it's possible that we can achieve both, keeping our city beautiful and be able to create opportunity for the next generation so that they might be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Monique Leone, followed by Marianne Van Zyl, and then Liam Roberts. Do we have Monique?
Hi, yes.
There you
Good
are.
Evening.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Hi, my name is Monique Leone, and I live in Thousand Oaks. My husband and I moved here about 5 years ago. And since then, we've been able to start a business in the new downtown development area. And we love this community and it's wonderful. And we're for the Borchardt, excuse me, new development. We think that it could create many opportunities for other businesses and jobs for the community. And we hope it moves forward and it'll be a positive thing for the community and surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Barry Ann Van Zyl, followed by Liam Roberts and then Peggy Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mayor Bill De La Pena, and thank you for running a well-run meeting. Lots of public speakers and not an easy task. I will be brief. The first thing I'd like to say is that village centers are successful in my neighborhood. I take a look at the revitalized shopping center at the corner of Westlake and Nagura and the new sidewalk on Westlake Boulevard, and it has really changed the dynamics of our neighborhood. I see people walking back and forth from my street with the Starbucks that they bought that's a quarter mile or a half mile away. I think the real benefit of the village center idea is if they're scattered throughout the city, and I am disappointed that the recommendation came forward to build only 2 of these. And I understand that the reason for this is because they worry about losing commercial centers in neighborhoods. However, you all are making the rules. You should make a different land use plan that is perhaps mixed use neighborhood that requires a certain percentage or footprint of commercial, if that is the concern with building neighborhood village centers throughout the city. That is my request to City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Liam Roberts, followed by Peggy Rosenberg, and then Paul Tenon.
Good evening, council members. My name is Liam. I'm a resident of Newbury Park. I'm in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchardt opportunity site for mixed-use learning. I'm a soccer coach in the Canale Valley, and the biggest concern I hear from young families is the lack of housing and things to do in our city. I too have had difficulty finding a place to live when moving here myself. Several of my clients are moving out of the area because of these reasons, and I'm afraid if it continues, Thousand Oaks will lose a significant amount of younger population. The Borchardt property is a perfect place to build the housing activities young families are looking for. I would like the city to work in partnership with the property owner to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Rosenberg, followed by Susan Thee and Wendy Zimmerman.
Hi, I'm Peggy Rosenberg from Thousand Oaks. Tonight, we ask our City Council members to stand up and speak up for what is right and best for Thousand Oaks. It's time for our present mayor to uphold her campaign pledge to support slow growth and for newly elected councilmen to honor their campaigns that were based on supporting the priorities of the voters they wooed with assertions that they would look out for the best interests of residents. In short, this is the time that we are trusting our mayor and councilmen to uphold their promises to control growth and keep it slow. This is the place we come seeking decisions that will support the maintenance of our rural suburban community, a city that can and will grow, but only at the minimum rate required. Several key actions will show commitment to campaign promises as follows. No approval of buildings taller than 3 or 4 stories, no additional residential units along T.O. Boulevard, no density greater than the 30 units per acre required by the state. Now, let's take a look at what you should examine as appropriate actions that we can support and hope we'll focus on. Look at the empty warehouses along Hampshire Road, for example, instead of the zoning and use changes consultants are pushing us toward. Thousand Oaks has empty buildings to consider for alternative uses, including conversion to residential use, so we can achieve additional dwellings without sacrificing loss of present density levels. Let's preserve what we can while looking at new uses of existing facilities that are currently dormant. It's time to be creative, compassionate, and caring about lives now and in the future. We must do so in a manner that will preserve all that is good and valuable about Thousand Oaks. If we don't do so now, we won't be able to do so in the future, and we'll have only ourselves to blame. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Susan Thee, followed by Wendy Zimmerman, and then Megan Jalil.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members.
My name is Susan Thee, and I came to Conejo Valley 32 years ago when I was hired by Thousand Oaks High School as a biology teacher. First, I'd like to thank the City Council in advance for addressing changes to the general and redevelopment plan and changes in the preferred land use map by adhering to the City Code Section 92203, which allows for a vote of the electorate. And that indeed would be a robust involvement of the public regarding these changes, and that is much needed. My concern is that Thousand Oaks, designed as a small open space suburban village design community, was voted 11th in the most safe city in the US in 2021. It was based on crime, medium income and poverty data, high school graduation rates, redlining practices, access to high-speed internet, city budget allocations, and unemployment rates. These criteria need to be addressed specifically when changing the general plan to a core high-density development plan, which was not meant for Thousand Oaks. Because if these issues are not addressed, we irrevocably are changing the city. Further, I'm concerned that the preferred land use map proposed changes are based on a survey in which questions were largely left unanswered. What is 70% of the public in number when the survey questions were largely left unanswered? Are these 3 people that are of this opinion? 4 people? More? It doesn't say. TO has 127,000 population. 5% were surveyed. That's only 3% of the people. And of those 3%, what number of the people were these opinions for change based on? I'm concerned that these changes are based on public opinion and city staff opinions versus scientific environmental impact statements and economic impact of the city.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Wendy Zimmerman, followed by Megan Jalil, and then Cameron Mamarzia.
Wendy Zimmerman, Newbury Park. City of Thousand Oaks is already...
Wendy?
Sorry, restarting with video. Wendy Zimmerman, Newbury Park. City of Thousand Oaks has already shown its intent to discriminate against the residents of Newbury Park by deceptively naming it Rancho Conejo Area of Change and by asking survey respondents if they would be okay with TO zoning most of the new housing and building more than 2,600 units per RHNA requirements to save the rest of the city from this burden in Newbury Park. Of course, many respondents responded, yes, save me. Put those new people, especially those affordable people, on the West End where I seldom, if ever, go. Even asking this question, especially with no counterparts for other areas, is offensive, blatantly discriminatory, and inequitable. Although some progress has been made in Alternative 4, the city's intent to make Newbury Park carry the biggest load and absorb the largest share of both new residents and business development remains clear. We cannot and must not tolerate this, no matter how loudly the profiteers yell. The plan directly contradicts city's recent declarations that it wants to be inclusive. This freeway-centric, high-density plan is not only a matter of economic discrimination, but racial discrimination, because if affordable housing is actually built, a higher percentage of the new lower-income residents will be people of color. To confine them to neighborhoods along the 101 freeway in Newbury Park and near the malls is racism. Fair housing mandates that the city distribute change and growth throughout the entirety of the city. Putting all the changes along the 101 corridor creates friction between the touch, those who will have more traffic, noise, pollution, and density, and the untouchables, those in single-family homes further from the already congested 101. Your proposed plan will make this much worse. Council members, you must actually look at the land and explore the actual parcels in the areas of change in person. Failure to do so is negligence. You must put yourselves in the shoes of neighbors who will be impacted by substantial development in spheres of influence and thousands of extra car trips that will roll down the quiet streets.
Thank you.
Members, please take your time.
Thank you. Megan Jalil, followed by Cameron Mamarzia, and then Michelle Patrick. Megan Jalil. Then we will go to Cameron Mamarzia, Do we have Cameron? Michelle Patrick was also trying to join
right
us.
now?
Is this Cameron?
Are you able to hear me?
Are you Cameron? Yes, you are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cameron Marzia, and I'm a senior at Newbury Park High School, voicing my opinion on why the presented plan should not go through. I live in the Thousand Oaks area my whole life, and I attended Canale Elementary School, one of the oldest schools in the district. And part of that school, you learn a lot about the city. But what especially stood out to me was the school faculty who worked there said to me, the stories of growing up and attending the same schools their kids go to and eating the same restaurants they used to and still continue to do so is what made them and me fall in love with a somewhat small town shadowed by the bustling San Fernando Valley. As someone who went to school off of Teal Boulevard, living in the neighborhood where the wetlands of the 101 is my backyard, I appreciate the culture that comes with moving into this town. Thousand Oaks is a place where if you walk down Teal Boulevard, you can enjoy the views of the skies and the mountains surrounding you. The classic look makes it feel like it hasn't changed since your parents were born. A place where if you're hungry for breakfast, you go to a great meal at the classic Harold House of Omelets, or for lunch, if you're in the mood for Mexican food, you can stop by Lupe's authentic Mexican restaurant that brings you back 60 years in history. It is not the place where your views are blocked by buildings that house hundreds of people or the sounds of hundreds more cars gridlocking Teal's busiest road, or for a place for restaurants who jack off their prices to take advantage of a newly gentrified area. It is a place where we hike up Tarantula Hill, and the highest building we see are the Civics Art Plaza and Los Robles Hospital. We should not see the continuation of Ventura County Boulevard 20 miles away from where it ends. We have our own culture here. Why should we adopt it from other? Even though there is a crisis where we need space and there is a solution, there are alternatives to where extreme backlash from a community does not occur, a community that is willing to fight. Thousand Oaks who live here longer than me, they know that this town is a gem, where a 2-hour commute to their job is worth living here. Thus, my dad did driving to Glendale every day. We also strongly feel by the part of town where I live, where most people who live don't remember that the lot behind Kohl's is being something for high-density apartment, but where they watch their first drive-in movie with their family and friends. We remember the biggest event occurring in the wetlands was it being filled up enough to kayak, not the creation of unneeded businesses and high-density apartments when the regulations are still R1. A place where Wendy can stay a one-lane road, where we want to keep the way the town is, where Santa Monica Mountains are seen from everywhere in the city, where the congestion does not move from the streets to the freeway.
Thank you. Thank you, Cameron. I think he said senior at Newbury Park High School. I know I received 2 emails today from a junior and a senior at Westlake High School, also opposed to high density. All right. We next have Michelle Patrick, followed by Jackson Piper, and then Grace Hunter. Again, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michelle Patrick from Westlake Village. I'm blessed to have called this prosperous city my home for the past 40 years. How can we even think about the new long or short range general plan when the current city services can't even keep up with the city's population? How will this ever run smoothly when it's overwhelmed now? During the last fires, when there was a mass evacuation, the fire department was stretched so thin that some houses burned in Thousand Oaks, thus putting people's lives in potential danger. This is not okay. And you want to build more houses and apartments? On the weekends, car clubs and motorcycles drag race down Westlake Boulevard and Lynn Road. People are constantly violating the speed limit around town. Where are the police? And you want to add more vehicles to the city streets? People moved away from the valley to raise their families in this beautiful rural area. And now the proposed fast growth general plan, this area is looking more and more like Los Angeles with traffic issues, increased crime, and homelessness. Please tell me, how has this city got better in the last 5 years? We, the citizens of Thousand Oaks, are asking for slow growth and a new controlled survey. Thousand Oaks Boulevard should not be a residential boulevard, but a place with thriving, bustling businesses. Please vote for slow growth. Also, Supervisor Linda Parks belongs to the Board of Supervisors, not the City Council. She should not have for people getting involved in the city business. It's a conflict of interest. Thank you for listening, and I trust you will make the right decision.
All right, Jackson Piper is next, followed by Grace Hunter and then Catherine Harbiston. Jackson?
Good evening, City Council members and members of the public. I want to say that I appreciate all the effort that has gone into this process over the past 2 years, and I am fairly happy with the result that is before you tonight. However, I do think there are some modifications that should be made to make it more beneficial to the community. I'm thrilled that 2 village centers have been brought back into the plan. However, I believe there's potential for more. I happen to notice in the 5 p.m. supplemental packet, there's an email from Cohen Land Use Law representing the owner of the El Paraiso Center in Dos Vientos, expressing interest in a mixed-use low designation to help make that another village center. I also believe village centers could be viable at Hillcrest and Ventoux and Moore Park and Arborlace near Cal Lutheran University. Of course, these commercial areas represent a very small amount of acreage, and it would be very beneficial to allow slightly higher density in what is called missing middle housing within neighborhoods adjacent to these commercial centers out to walking distance of about a quarter mile or a half mile from these centers. On the issue of the Muradian property, I know it's a controversial topic, but really, I'm sure Mr. Muradian knows that if he develops the property as envisioned, he's going to need to mitigate the community's concerns and prevent flooding, prevent traffic from being an issue. Otherwise, he's going to get sued. Being a developer and being aware of this, he's going to do his best to avoid that. So I would strongly encourage that he be allowed to use the property as he envisions. The Oaks and Jans malls make great sense to develop at higher densities for mixed use because they are basically the core of the city. And I agree with what Marianne Van Zyl said, that there should be a specific mixed use village center designation with a minimum required square footage for retail to protect retail in the village centers. There is a reason this has happened because California and Thousand Oaks have severe housing and homelessness shortage or crises, and we desperately need more housing over a 25-year time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Hunter, followed by Catherine Harbiston and then Megan Jalil. Do we have Grace?
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for your time. To our neighbors in Newbury Park and Casa Conejo, good evening. Your comments and anger are justified, however misdirected. This property owner, city councilor, nor staff are to blame for your frustrations and concerns regarding the Borchard site. You've been led down a primrose path by Supervisor Linda Parks. It was her and her alone to blame that this land is being considered for rezoning. For nearly 30 years, she has gone out of her way to deny a private property owner any use of their property. She tried to steal it, keep it as open space, block its development in any way possible. Her actions have been detrimental to our community for decades. Now we are starting to see the real effects of her time in office. Fortunately, the time has come for her to take responsibility for this change. For those of you that support single-family homes, had Linda Parks been more reasonable over the past 30 years, those homes would have been built and this site would not be considered as part of the general plan update. Extreme actions have consequences. Please take a moment to thank or express your feelings about this rezoning to her. Please support the rezoning of the Borchard Opportunity site. Thank you all for your time and good evening.
Catherine Harbiston, followed by Megan Jalil and Mark Sellers.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Catherine Harbiston. I'm a resident of Simi Valley, but I'm here to represent Takeda, a company located in Thousand Oaks. Takeda is in support of the land use map as one of the largest employers in the Thousand Oaks area, representing over 500 local jobs. The land use map is important to us as a company because it means diversity of housing options that will not only help us retain current employees, but also help us attract new employees, especially younger professionals who don't necessarily want to live in a house or can't afford a house right now. It's important to our company and the community that we continue to find ways to attract young professionals and support the growing biotech industry in the area. Having a large talent pool to pull from is critical to our success. We are competing with major cities with larger biotech footprints. These larger cities have attractive downtown housing options and easily accessible amenities that can provide a walkable lifestyle. That's one of the reasons that the Borchard site is particularly appealing. It provides the types of amenities our employees are looking for and would be something that we would highlight when we're talking with talent who aren't from the area and we're trying to attract them and interest them in relocating to Thousand Oaks. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Megan Jalil, followed by Mark Sellers, and then Karen Gorbach.
Good evening, council members. My name is Megan, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. Mixed use would allow greater flexibility and imagination of uses and amenities that our community desperately needs. Activation of the Borchard property would create jobs, housing, parks, and open space, much needed revenue for our community, and help young family plant roots in the community. Nothing in Thousand Oaks happens quickly, and our community has a long-standing history of checks and balances of every proposed project. If rezoned, this would be no exception. I ask that you give this opportunity site a chance to bring forward a project that would be an asset to our community. As it currently sits, it's doing no one any good. Support mixed use on Borchard. Thank you.
Mark Sellers, followed by Karen Gorbach, and then David Schechter. Again, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. Mark Sellers, resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm here to talk about 2 things. First thing is the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which over in Newbury Park has a proposal for what they call the North Ranch, North Campus, which is above their existing and operating 2 schools. And originally we went in the survey, the low to medium density residential use for that site came in number 1, was voted the highest preferred alternative. And then we were fairly shocked to find out later on that the use is now being proposed for industrial. The school operates the church operates 2 schools, and I've learned a long time ago that putting industrial uses next to schools doesn't make a lot of sense. Not only were the industrial use for the residential site, but 2 established restaurant sites right next to the school were changed to industrial uses. And we feel that they ought to go back to the original commercial uses for the restaurants and also go back to the low density to medium density residential for their North Campus. In addition, I just want to chat a little bit about, I am the secretary of the Business Improvement District for the Boulevard, and we spent a lot of time creating that district. We went to all the landowners and told them that if you agree to assess yourself to create a specific plan, we will give everybody the right to have an application, not to get, but to have an application for mixed use along the whole boulevard. That was a fair approach, an even approach, and it wasn't discriminating between one parcel and the next, which creates a lot of untrust in the property owners on the boulevard. And that's what we feel should be applied to all properties in the bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Gorbach, followed by David Schechter, and then Justin Jalil.
Good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena, council members and staff. My name is Karen Gorbach. I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 35 years. I'm a proud member of the GPAC, but I'm speaking tonight on my own behalf, and I urge you to support the preferred land use map for 3 reasons. The map is the culmination of an open process in which Matt Ramey and his team, along with city staff, have gone above and beyond to both educate and actively engage members of the community for input. The outcome represents the responses from those who have stepped up to take part in the process. Second, I have learned that city planning is extraordinarily complex, but in the end, it's not about low or medium density, mixed use, or village centers. City planning is about people, and that's the lens and the only lens through which I encourage the council to view the materials before you tonight. Will the preferred land use map best serve our residents, as well as our children, as well as our grandchildren, by reimagining a city in which people can affordably live in energy efficient homes in diverse, walkable neighborhoods where they can raise families, learn, work, play, and age in place? And I think it will. Finally, change is happening all around us. Local, national, and world demographics are trending older. Energy is becoming more precious every day. We're making new choices about where we live and how we work and learn and engage in commerce. The housing element of the general plan update is but one factor, putting Thousand Oaks on a path toward a more livable community for generations to come, and deserves your support. Thank you.
Thank you, David Schechter, followed by Justin Jalil, and then Kat Selm.
Hello. Madam Mayor, it's my understanding that you ran on a slow growth platform, and it seems to me that a vote for a proposal that includes 35,000 units of housing, potentially 70,000 people, a vote for that would be a betrayal of your promises. So that's my first point. My second point, with respect to Karen Gorbach, city planning has everything to do with density. Dense developments will destroy our quality of life. And it is not clear to me where any of this is coming from. For example, the notion that people have some God-given right to live in Thousand Oaks, that confuses me. I would encourage the council to study the effects of low-income housing elsewhere in the country. Don't take my word for it. We have experience with low-income housing and what it does to communities. My third and final point, it would behoove the proponents of this proposal to articulate exactly how it is that our quality of life is going to improve with increased density and with 35,000 units. Mr. Ramey, what you said set off alarms in my mind when you said it would only impact 3% of total land in Thousand Oaks. I feel that statement was disingenuous and underhanded. Newsflash. People do not stay in that 3% of the area. People will go to work and church and school and shopping and all kinds of activities. They will spill out all over into our community and destroy our quality of life as we know it. With respect to the council, I ask that you honor your campaign promises and do what needs to be done to protect the quality of life for the citizens of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Justin Jalil, followed by Kat Selm and Jess Wahi. Do we have Justin Jalil?
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Justin. I'm a student and I strongly support the recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. The youth of this community needs housing as well as entertainment, places to gather and enjoy locally. Mixed use would allow greater flexibility that our community desperately needs. Activation of the Borchard property would create jobs, housing, parks, and open spaces, much needed revenue for our community, and help young families stay local. Thank you for your time.
Kat Selm, followed by Jess Wahi, and then Andrea Yusim.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Kat Selm, and I'm a renter here in Thousand Oaks. The Conejo Climate Coalition recommends adding mixed-use options in the village centers and keeping this designation in the Jan's Marketplace in the Oaks Mall. Distributing a diversity of housing types throughout the city can help contribute to a more affordable housing stock, create anchor points for walking, cycling, and public transit in areas near where the majority of people already live, so more residents can accomplish daily errands without driving. It can reduce the concentration of development along the main artery of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, resulting in less traffic congestion, less potential spillover into adjacent neighborhoods, and faster, safer evac during disaster situations, and revitalize existing, aging, and vacant commercial retail space to its best advantage. Please consider mixed use in all the village centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jess Wahey, followed by Andrea Newsom, and then Amy Cummins.
Hi, I am Jess Wahey. Thank you, council members, for your time tonight. I am a Newbury Park resident, born and raised in Newbury Park, and now raising my own family here. You have probably received my novel of an email by now, so I'm not going to restate that for this comment. But I do just want to quickly touch on 3 points that I hope that the council will consider. As a Newbury Park resident, I am in support of the mixed use zoning at the Borchard site. I am very concerned by the comments tonight suggesting that high density is the plan of the city throughout the city. That's not the case with this plan. So I hope that they are still listening and understand that there is not high density being recommended, and we are not looking at skyscrapers currently as part of this plan. Secondly, I would like to voice my support for the council in acknowledging the Boulevard specific plan for the Boulevard businesses. And I do believe that there is a responsibility to recognize that that plan has been in place since 2011 and work with those businesses who have been adhering to that plan for the duration of this time in good faith. And last, I do hope that the city does consider its current stance on the development of village centers throughout the city, similar to the Borchard site, and what it can do for our city in terms of generating tax revenue and bringing vitality to our community is really important. And that's where I'm going to end it tonight. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Andrea Newsom, followed by Amy Cummins, and then James Christie. Again, the speakers have 2 minutes.
Andrea Newsom, and I'm in favor of the Borchard site zoning to be designated mixed use, as it will support a drastically needed community revitalization. When my husband and I first bought our house in Newbury Park in 2008 as a then childless couple, we knew we could stay put for a long time because of the top tier school district. However, we are a dying district because younger families cannot afford to secure new housing in our expensive community with zero affordable housing and nearly no starter homes. As we close elementary schools for declining enrollment, we build nothing new or affordable for the housing needed for school enrollment uptick, but we do build commercial and business space. Of course, that commercial and business space goes unused or becomes vacant quickly because businesses simply do not want to move into a community in which their workers cannot afford or find a place to live. Empty nesters have nowhere here to downsize into when their children go off to have their own families, and those young families have no inventory from which to choose to stay in their hometown. Genuinely, what does the city envision will happen when the district has reached this tipping point where it cannot recover from declining enrollment and no longer is a destination district? Our property values are mainly based on CVUSD's attractiveness. When we had our first baby in 2011, we saw how limited the family spaces are in this self-professed family-centered community. There are no spaces in which to grab a drink, select from various dining options, and eat at a picnic table where a toddler safely plays in some green space. We have to drive out of town for that. The planning options that include this type of space are badly needed to keep young families viewing Thousand Oaks as an attractive prize option. I get this area. I moved to Agoura in 1983. However, while many of our local politicians cry they're simply for slow growth and wish to maintain this small town charm, they big grow business development and squash any chance to shore up CVUSD's numbers. Perhaps these local politicians need to embrace their true label, slow death, as that's what they're doing to CVUSD and our property values with their short-sightedness. We do build here. That's not a secret. We just don't build the right things to keep our wonderful community thriving. Read the survey. I don't know why it's so curious that people focused on the Borchard parcel in the survey, as almost all the commenters here have focused on the Borchard parcel. Clearly, it's just a polarizing thing.
Thank you. Amy Cummins, followed by James Christie, and then Bill Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I appreciate it. My name is Amy Cummins. I reside in Oak Park, but tonight I am representing one of the largest employers in the Conejo Valley, Los Robles Health System, as Vice President of Community Employer and Government Relations. I want to applaud all the dedication of everyone staying on tonight. I know this is a complicated issue, but I have every confidence that we'll get through this together, just like we've always done in this thoughtful community. We are very excited this year. You know, change is good. And in the 52 years of operating Los Robles Hospital, we are seeking and embracing change as well. We are becoming a teaching hospital this year. So representing over 1,600 staff members, we're going to be welcoming 20 new young graduates and internists as residents to Los Robles Hospital. We hope that they stay with us. Studies have shown that residents in their communities stay and want to build and grow their families, but they have to be able to afford to live here. And that's what I think that they're struggling with, even having to move here into their communities. 5 of them are local. Moore Park High School, Westlake High School, Thousand Oaks High School, but they're having to move home with mom and dad, and they're newly graduated doctors. So just like in medicine, there's an integrated approach with Eastern and Western medicine, the clinical and the holistic side. I know that Thousand Oaks can come up with something that is going to embrace growth, embrace diversity, embrace change with an integrated approach to embracing this plan, really. A good friend of mine said to me recently, a phrase that I hope will stick with you: short-term pain for long-term gain. And I hope that with all of us pulling together, again, thoughtfully designing something that meets everyone's needs, that we will again be one of the most stellar cities in the United States that other cities will want to emulate, embracing this general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Christie, Bill Casey, and then John Azeri.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Thousand Oaks for the last 10 years, and I also ran a business in Newbury Park for the last 10 years. And I want to take the opportunity tonight to show my support in keeping the Borchard Opportunity Site off Rancho a one-zone mixed use. I believe that the Muradian family will provide a vibrant plan for the 37 acres off Rancho that will enhance the surrounding community by making it a single mixed-use zone. Thousand Oaks, in my opinion, needs to provide affordable housing for young families, singles, and our next generation. If we do not rethink housing in our community, we will lose many talented individuals to overpriced single-family homes. The single-family home market has become unattainable for a lot of our current community members and will continue to be a problem for the next generation. I believe that the Borchard Opportunity Site can help provide vital housing, provide business opportunities and jobs for Thousand Oaks. I just want to say thank you guys for working really hard on this plan. I know that there's a lot of different opinions, but I think that our community needs to provide a path for everybody who's working here to be able to stay here. So thank you guys. Have a good night.
Bill Casey, followed by Ethan, and then Kim Taylor.
Good evening. My wife Jackie and I moved to Newbury Park 3.5 years ago and love our new home located in the area west of the Borchard 37 acreage. We are not new to the Conejo Valley. My family has lived in the Conejo Valley for many years and witnessed the growth and are very much interested in its future growth, and specifically our area, the Borchard property. When I look at that property, I see a blank sheet of paper with the potential to be something very special and unique that could make all of us proud and eager to enjoy. My perspective comes from a 30-year career working for Walt Disney Imagineering as a principal industrial designer. Now retired. Our team was responsible for the design and construction of Disney theme parks all over the world that all started with a story. I visualize a village on that property with walking and bike paths and planted buffer zones from existing properties. No high-rise buildings to mar sightlines, water streams, and a lake for canoe and kayaks to rent, or band concerts and picnics. Homes could be architecturally themed in individual blocks meandering along tree-lined streets and small parks. Electronically and hydrogen-powered non-polluting trams that take passengers around the perimeter to restaurants and shops running on schedule to limit traffic and parking congestion. I've seen Sean's proposed land use concept map with all of its potential for that vision and support the rezoning of the entire property to mixed use and not split zoning. Folks, this is an unusually excellent opportunity to create an exciting mixed use concept.
Thank you.
Complement the area with fun residential restaurants, shops. Some are all overlooking the lake.
Thank you so much. We will now go to Kim Taylor, John Azeri, and then Robert Luce. And again, everybody's limited to 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name's Kim Taylor, and I'm a resident of Newbury Park. In fact, I was born and raised and continue to live on Michael Drive with my family today. I just want to recognize the difficulty before the City Council, and I want to honor your work as well as honor the work of the consultants. Just something to think about. Just because it can doesn't mean it should. You as the City Council have the task of being the gatekeepers. And based on the way that the survey was written and the lack of controls of participants, I'm not surprised as to some of the results. It's too easy for those who don't live here or live directly in the Borchard area to say, sure, a beer garden sounds great. Sure, I'd love to hop in a kayak. Or sure, a horsey place on green, that sounds so cool. Yeah, we want to be able to go there. But what about those of us, or what we've not heard, is the impact of traffic? Or what about the impact of water or resources or increases? What is the estimate of cars coming in and out? If this was a property that had easy access, then I would be in a different boat. But that is a major concern that before the city changes the designation of the project or of the land, we really do need to have a traffic survey. What is that going to change? You know, I am all for growth. I understand that we need to change and adapt. And someone said that this is a polarizing issue. Again, it's really easy when you don't live here to say, yeah, sure, go ahead and make that change. But for those of us who do, you're going to destroy a community. Earlier tonight, I heard that the overarching goals of this committee was to maintaining or establish your neighbors, maintain the character of the neighborhood, and Mark even said to preserve the quality of life. I can guarantee you, if you build this project, you're going to destroy the neighborhood surrounding Alice. And the impact of the Michael Drive, you've got a school there. It's going to definitely affect the traffic, and I would hope it won't affect the safety of the children. So thank you, and look forward to hearing more from the committee.
Thank you. John Azeri, followed by Robert Luce, and then Ethan. Do we have John?
Good evening, council members. My name is John Azari. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchard of Opportunity Site for mixed use zoning. Mixed use would allow greater flexibility and imagination of uses and amenities that our community desperately needs. Activation of the Borchard property would create jobs, housing, parks, and open space, much needed revenue for our community, and help young family plant roots in the community. Nothing in Thousand Oaks happens quickly. Our community has a long-standing history of checks and balance of every proposed project. If rezoned, this would be no exception. I ask that you give this opportunity site a chance to bring forward a project that would be an asset to our community. As it currently sits, it's doing no one any good. Thank you.
Robert Luce, followed by Ethan, and then Adam Haverstock. Do we have Robert?
I think I had to unmute. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Thank you. And good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Again, here the many and really the majority of the longtime Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park and Westlake residents like myself that have shared with you tonight that we're all enjoying the slow growth that's been maintained now for decades by the city councils. And really, what is the rush? You know, there's this talk of tens of thousands of units when really we heard the requirement is just over 2,600 units in an 8-year period. That's 328 units a year. So please keep that in mind. You don't have to have these overdevelopments. I call on you to continue slow growth for Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and the Westlake Village Thousand Oak areas that you have run on when seeking your elections and have stated in prior city council meetings. So please honor those campaign pledges and the many decades of slow growth here in the Conejo Valley, Thousand Oaks that we treasure. That'd be to adhere to the 35-foot maximum height limit along Thousand Oaks Boulevard and other parts of Thousand Oaks. Especially when there's been approved zoning changes that cannot be changed like was done earlier this last year for the old Kmart site. Those traffic problems don't happen by accident. You do not have to create them. You do not have to improve developments that will obviously not pass the traffic studies. And so I ask you to continue to embrace Thousand Oaks with its slow growth and not some survey that I haven't even heard of 5 people tonight that had heard of it. I'm sorry that I haven't. And I look forward to a survey that did stand up to the rigors of an objective survey. Again, thank you for your time. And we've been residents for over 22 years, and we do appreciate your work and what we have here in Thousand Oaks. I look forward to maintaining that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ethan is next, followed by Adam Haverstock and Madison Long. Do we have Ethan? Then we will go to Adam Haverstock.
Thank you, Mayor Bill De La Pena and members of the City Council. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. As we wrote in our letter to the Council last week, the Chamber is very excited to support the staff recommendation map before you this evening. I wanted to thank all of the city staff and the consultants who have spent almost 2 years working on this project. In fact, the Chamber of Commerce has been there every step of the way, from community meetings to general plan advisory committee meetings to survey outreach efforts to planning commission review and now city council review. We have been here to represent the voice of employers in our community. This map is an excellent compromise, and we believe it deserves your support. The truth is that this map does not include everything the business community was looking for, but there are a lot of great parts of this map that we do like. And I think about the mayor's comment about how whatever you approve is not going to be, it's going to be a compromise and not everyone's going to be happy, but that's, how the sausage gets made. A few of the best parts include single-family neighborhoods and open space are preserved. Targeted opportunity sites will be allowed to develop with a mixed-use designation, including the Borchard site. And most importantly, developers will be able to provide both workforce housing and affordable housing that we desperately need in our community. Employers constantly convey to us at the Chamber that the availability of workforce housing is an impediment to expansion, that and a lack of a downtown or entertainment district. Thank you all for your consideration of the staff's proposed map. Please vote yes and support your business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Madison Long, followed by Silvana Zuka, and then Joan Edwards.
Hi, everyone. My name is Madison, and I'm a 19-year-old resident of Thousand Oaks. I go to Moore Park College, and tonight I was hoping to voice a few concerns that I have about the general plan. Specifically, I take the boulevard a lot to go to work, and when it was in person, to go to school as well. And I noticed traffic is very bad, specifically during peak hours, and it really just sort of makes you want to avoid the boulevard when you can, even though it's a great place, it's a great location. It's like the traffic is a serious problem. And my concern is that the plan calls for many large projects along the boulevard that, in my opinion, will probably make the problem worse. And to be clear, I'm not against growth. I just think we need to grow in a way that is more in line with the city. We need to grow in a smart manner. And there are a few ways that I think that we can still have growth, but do it in this way. And one thing that I want to do for sure is I want to make sure that we keep the building height limit at 35 feet, because if we raise it any higher, then not that I dislike our neighboring areas such as the Valley or Los Angeles, but if you want to go to an area that has tall buildings such as that, there are plenty of areas around that more than fill that need. But Thousand Oaks is unique because we have these restrictions, and I'd like to keep that uniqueness. And I also feel like if we allow the village centers to have mixed use again, then this will cut down on some traffic, not a lot, but some. And it will also put unused space to work. And this is one really important detail that I'd like to focus on, is that we have so many unused buildings here in the city. And I feel like a lot of them, they're great buildings. And if we just revitalize them rather than building a bunch of new ones, then that would be fantastic. We wouldn't make the city more dense than it already is, and we'd be being as efficient as possible. And in a year or two, I'll be going away to college. And when I come back, I just hope to come back to the same great city that I left. And that was all I had to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Silvana Zuka, followed by Joan Edwards, and then Matt Long. Do we have Silvana?
Yeah, my video isn't working.
But we could hear you.
Okay, sorry. Hi, my name is Silvana, and I have lived in Thousand Oaks since 1972. In regards to the preferred land use map, I would like to see no mixed use or residential buildings over 35 feet. If a special project would like to go above this, they should come before the City Council and allow the constituents to weigh in on the project. There are a few places the building heights should be exceeded, mainly at the Oaks Mall, the Jans Mall, and the Amgen campus. I ask that you add a new land use designation for mixed use very low that allows for 35-foot heights. Then all the mixed use low and mixed use medium on the map should be changed to the mixed use very low designation. And again, the owners can come before the council to request a higher height limits. Also, commercial regional should be removed from the map. This allows for 75 feet. These areas should be changed to commercial neighborhood, and again, come before the council and the constituents to change the height limit. Since the future of commercial is uncertain, why make such large-scale changes when we don't know what the future holds? There's time to change the map later if it is deemed necessary. Also, please reinstate the village centers as the Planning Commission and GPAC have advised for all the reasons we've heard tonight. This will disperse the density throughout TO rather than concentrating it all on TO Boulevard. The original general plan had it right. From that document, we have a beautiful city. Let's keep it that way and minimize the changes in the land use map. And also, I just would like to say, please take into account all the emails you've received, not just the speakers you're hearing tonight. Most people don't have the time to speak at these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joan Edwards, followed by Matt Long, and then Sue Andaloro.
Joan isn't here.
Okay, then we will go to Matt Long.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Matt Long, and I also moved here in 1972. Grew up here, went to all the schools, and raised my two boys here. Westlake High School graduate just about, and a Moore Park College second-year student. And I'd just like to say in regard to the land use map that they not approve the taller buildings and the increased density on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that would bring. The idea of having buildings no taller than 35 feet is part of what I've grown to love about the Conejo Valley. And really, when you look at a 35-foot high building like what they've done at the Lupe site, it's quite tall. And if you can imagine buildings twice that height along the boulevard, that's what this plan is asking to have the approval to build. It's totally out of character with our city. And we don't want the Conejo Valley to become more like the San Fernando Valley. So perhaps if we reinstate the village center idea, we can disperse some of this density that they're trying to create because of state mandates in a more equitable way throughout the city that doesn't call for buildings that are going to be so tall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Sue Andaloro, followed by Kathy Partridge, and then Cher Munoz. Do we have Sue? She was going to join by phone. Then we will go to Kathy Partridge by video.
Hi, this is Sue Andaloro.
We do
I've been
have
a part
her.
of the
Okay.
Thousand Oaks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've been a part of the Thousand Oaks community for over a decade. Like many, I don't believe that this many people want this development. And my main concern is safety. I'm very concerned over increased traffic in already congested areas, especially high-risk fire areas. Kids playing in those areas, breathing in all the exhausts if there are going to be residential places there, and more accidents. I can't even imagine committing more space to commercial space to the area around Jan's Mall. It's like wall to wall and oversaturated already. And it's been a rough year. Let's support the businesses already here, the ones that are left. And to the people that don't like the way Thousand Oaks is now, why are you here? People always try to bring the ugly big city stuff to beautiful little towns that we moved here because we don't want to live in Los Angeles. We don't want to live in Portland. We like it here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Kathy Partridge, and then Cher Munoz. Kathy Partridge joining via video, and Cher Munoz as well. And after Cher, we have Jim Anderson. Anyone? Kathy, Cher, Jim?
Jim is here.
Good.
This is Cher.
Oh, now that everybody's here. Okay. So we don't have Kathy, correct? Then we will go to Cher Munoz.
Good evening, council members. I'm Cher Munoz, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 30 years. We have a multi-generational family here in the community. And I understand that there are concerns on both sides. I understand that anytime there's change is difficult. Sorry, I just got a thing that says to start my video. And I know that change is difficult, but as my husband and I own businesses in the community and we employ multiple people, if we don't start to get lower cost housing, then our businesses are going to continue to leave, and we have considered leaving. The reason that we're in support of this recommendation for mixed use is because people matter. People matter above and beyond anything else. So let me tell you what I mean by that. Just in my family, as a 9-year-old moving here, once I became a teenager, there was nothing to do here. So I always had to leave if we were ever going to do anything. As a young adult, once I exited high school and college, I could not afford to live here. I had to move away from our beloved community. And then fast forward to when we could actually move back and afford to live here, my brother was on the list for low-income housing for almost a decade. On top of that, my mother, who's been here longer than I have, lives in this house that's far too big for her now. There is nowhere for her to move. There's absolutely nowhere. It's far too expensive. So without more affordable housing, you're tearing families apart. My brother can't afford to live here. My mom can't afford to live here. We're considering moving elsewhere so we can get a bigger house to move my mother in. And this is just one example of one family, but none of my employees can afford to live here. They all drive in from somewhere else, and I wish they didn't have to do so. The elementary school my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Anderson is next, followed by Mitchell Gardiner, and then Clint F. Do we have Jim Anderson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate the time to speak to you. As we are blessed in a country that is a representative republic, I challenge the council members to remember their word and stand by their oath of their platforms and what they ran on in slow growth, which is what has made Thousand Oaks and Conejo Valley so desirable. We cannot afford to have any residential build out along T.O. Boulevard. Lupe's restaurant build out was a prime example of the unmitigated disaster of the traffic we had to deal with, as well as the refurbishing of the street from Herbs up to the Civic Arts Plaza. With any type of build out in high density housing along Teal Boulevard, it's going to absolutely destroy this city. There are other options. There are empty buildings, warehouses that can be repurposed or modified to take the stress off an already heavily trafficked Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And here's what I've heard from a number of people tonight, that they would like to have areas where they could hang out close to home. And that all sounds really very, very good. But I'd like to hang out in Malibu, but I don't think I'd have any luck going to the city council and telling them that they have to put in affordable housing for me to live where I want to hang out. It just doesn't make any sense. This community was built on slow growth. We are the most equal opportunity as a country and as a city that you can choose your life's path and where you live. But you can't force cities who have had plans in place to change just on your whim and your desire. We try to accommodate everybody in the best fashion that we can. But I completely disagree with high density housing, especially when we have many years in which to accomplish a mandate. And my question is this.
Mr. Anderson, your time is actually up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mitchell Gardiner, followed by Clint, and then Andrew Pletcher.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I put myself in front of this 7-story building just to illustrate the scale of what we're talking about changing our community into. I don't think I know a single resident who would be okay with something like this flanking the boulevard or frankly, anywhere else in our community. Most residents of Thousand Oaks have located here because of the semi-rural nature of this community. For those looking for an urban environment with an invigorating nightlife and bars, there's no shortage of options for that. They're commutable to all the major business centers. This environment that we have is a unique environment that is essentially unequaled anywhere south of Santa Barbara. So you kill this environment, there's nowhere for us to go, right? You want to live in a place that's got a vibrant nightlife, that's got noise and people going out and hanging out at the bars, go move to Playa Vista. You know, you really only have to drive through Playa Vista to see the future of our community if outside developers are allowed to build this sort of thing in our space for the short-term gain. I don't think there's any reason to sacrifice the nature of Thousand Oaks for the sake of corporate developers in the short term. Please develop and redevelop responsibly with a focus on preserving the semi-rural and suburban nature of the community that you guys have been elected to protect. Many of us have a great deal of our own net worth invested in this community, unlike giant corporate developers like IMT. To destroy that community by selling off its character is a betrayal of what we have individually worked so hard to invest in so much in as residents, property owners, and members of the community. You know, I think that I don't know that anyone feels passionately about 7-story buildings except developers, and they don't live here. They live in places like Montecito, where they passionately vote down 7-story buildings in their own towns, and then have their employees contact their millennial friends to call into these meetings and give their cute opinions on developing our land with the developers' prepared talking points. So that's my 2 cents. I hope that you guys can see it through to bring this to a community vote. I think that's the only fair thing. I think the survey was well-intentioned, but when you consider we're a community of 127,000 people, to take the voice of 3% of those, I don't think is fair, and I don't think is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Clint F. is next, followed by Andrew Pletcher, and then Steve Bertram.
Council, my name is Clint, and I live in Thousand Oaks. You've heard me say this before, but I'll say it again for the people in the back. Ventura County's average temperature has increased 4.7 degrees since 1895, making ours the fastest warming county in the continental United States. Our county is #1 out of 3,143 counties in the U.S. The average temperature in Thousand Oaks is projected to climb 3 to 5 degrees over the next 20 years. We're in a climate emergency. Observation throughout the world can make it clear that climate change is occurring, and rigorous scientific research demonstrates that greenhouse gases emitted by human activities are the primary driver. Multiple studies published in peer-reviewed scientific journals show that 97% or more of actively publishing climate scientists agree climate warming trends over the past century are due to human activities. In addition, most of the leading scientific organizations worldwide have issued public statements endorsing this position. When making plans for the future of Thousand Oaks, I urge the mayor, the city council, and anyone listening to make decisions based on science that recognizes that we are in a climate emergency. We need long-term thinking that acknowledges that our county is only getting hotter and that we must focus on reducing greenhouse gases now. The focus on short-term profit-making should be put aside for the good of future generations. We need a forward-thinking plan for Thousand Oaks. Mixed use distributed to village centers could create more walkable and livable town squares. We need to focus on plans that encourage bicycling, walking, and public transportation. We need to focus on what makes our cities livable and create a fossil fuel-free and a plan for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have former Planning Commissioner Andrew Pletcher, and owner of Oaks and Iron, and then Steve Bertram, followed by Johanna Jones.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, and fellow city council members for having me the opportunity to speak tonight. First, before I begin, I just would like to take a moment to thank staff, thank Ramey and Associates, along with the GPAC Planning Commission, and everyone who's had their hand in this positive experience over the last 2 years. As someone who personally has worked with Ramey and Associates in both Palmdale and seen the process here in Thousand Oaks, his work is one of the best, and we are very fortunate to have him here guiding us through the process. That being said, I just want to address 4 quick points. Number one, regarding the village centers, I generally support staff's recommendation, but would also take a moment to look at the Dos Vientos Village Center as a great opportunity to immediately get units possibly built. As you saw tonight in your supplemental review, you have a willing landowner who's willing to sit and explore this process and willing to look at the next steps. We have to remember in this process, we're laying out a general plan, we're laying out planning. Government does not build. We need private developers. We need private individuals to step up and build. I generally agree with staff on the recommendation of the Rancho Conejo Opportunity Site. I think working with the applicant and their open space buffer and the willingness of him to work with both the neighbors and the city, should take it to the next level and allow his concept to be heard. We have to remember that this concept will still go through the environmental review and environmental process. Number 3, completely supportive of the Thousand Oaks Mall and Jans for low density mixed use. I've advocated for this position for a number of years because of setbacks, street coverage, and traffic. And finally, number 4 is, I believe, the SB 20, or the Boulevard Specific Plan. A lot of work has gone into it over the years from staff, from the bid, and city council members, and that should be recognized and carried over. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next up, we have Steve Bertram, followed by Johanna Jones and Cheryl Hall. Hi there.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Bertram. For the past 4.5 years, I've been the Chief People Officer of Atara Biotherapeutics, leading a tenfold increase in employees for the company in Thousand Oaks. Last month, I launched a human capital advisory practice supporting the life sciences sector in the greater LA area generally, and specifically in the Conejo Valley. Prior to Atara, I spent 18 years in leadership positions at Amgen. A challenge that all life sciences companies face is attracting and retaining often earlier in career talent. The labor market is extremely competitive for these highly sought after and highly educated scientists and associated experts. Attracting and retaining talent is arguably the #1 challenge that these companies face daily. The greater Thousand Oaks area has tremendous lifestyle and quality of life advantages that cannot and should not be compromised for the sake of growth. Having said that, the area is at a pivot point in the establishment of a marquee industry in the region focused on life sciences in the golden age of biotechnology. Companies in the area include, of course, Amgen and Takeda, but also companies like Atara, Capsida, Dantari, Oncovalent, Arcutis, A2, Accelerin, Mankind, Wildwood, and Latiga, many of which were incubated by Westlake BioVentures. I understand probably better than most, the delicate balance between adding housing units while maintaining our outstanding natural beauty and avoiding rampant growth. However, I would argue that if we do not refresh the people coming into the community on a continuous and sustained basis, we risk diminishing the overall quality of life in the long term. All of this is a long way of stating that I think the plan as presented this evening strikes the correct balance that will support this community for years to come. Is it everything that I would like? No. Does it reflect reasonable compromise and incorporate the feedback from various constituencies? I think yes. As my time expires, let me leave you with 4 thoughts. 1, the plan as presented represents a reasonable set of compromises that ensures our quality of life is maintained. 2, the plan provides the opportunity for development along certain classifications. It does not approve any specific development. 3, as our community demographics evolve, so does the opportunity to enhance the community going forward. And finally, thank you to the city staff, leaders, and elected officials for bringing this plan forward this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Johanna Jones, followed by Cheryl Hall, and then Kathy Partridge.
Hi, thank you so much for your comments earlier, and thank you to the Ramey Group for updating the general plan to reflect the voices of the people. I moved here as a child when I was 2 years old, which was just over 40 years ago. I bought a house, actually the one I grew up in, from my mother, raised children, and I built a business here. I'm also the co-founder of 805 Resistance, where we have pledged to push for equity and inclusivity in Thousand Oaks. I'm not the same person I was 40 years ago, and I don't want the city to be the same either. I want to evolve away from the original white flight, elitist, anti-busing city that we were founded as to values that include equity, inclusivity, flexibility, climate, and the forward thinking to include different levels of housing for all populations and our millennial tech and biotech population who want community things to do and flexible living. They don't want to buy suburban houses. The way of the future is not the way of the past. The development of the Rancho property hits so many of these opportunities in one build. And Thousand Oaks does not have enough open land to develop on. And this is one of the rare opportunities that we do have to meet all of these needs, to support all of the hub of tech and biotech, and to bring in a diverse population. I ask that the City Council support the general plan recommendation by staff and really focus on developing the areas that we can help all people with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cheryl Hall, followed by Kathy Partridge, and then Karen Martin. Cheryl Hall was going to join via phone.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. For as long as I can remember, Thousand Oaks' mantra has always been slow growth and protection of the oak trees and making sure Conejo Valley doesn't become another San Fernando Valley with regards to building up and building out, leaving barely a morsel of dirt to mow. As City Council, you should take a good look around town and count the number of empty buildings standing. Some have been empty for a generation and others are more recent. Vacated buildings have increased exponentially and are still on the rise. Who are the so-called environmentalists on this council? Let me guess, there are none. Being an environmentalist was just a disguise to get elected. We've seen this before with Linda Parks, claiming to be one, yet she's responsible for spilling 85 million gallons of raw sewage that cost taxpayers over $2 million. And again, taxpayers had to foot the bill for the atrocity of Oak View homes becoming unlivable because she decided to divert the Ventura River. So what would we be liable for building in a floodplain? So here we are with the general plan and listening to our city council consider using our money to build up and out and destroy what they were elected to protect while allowing our city to be full of empty, vacant buildings. We are done with the bait and switch policies of our local elected leaders. Our local school board's allegiance is to the union and the local hate group Indivisible Conejo, not to serving the community they were elected to serve. And you have put forth a presentation based on 5,000 people and call that a fair representation. Who are the 5,000 people? Your cohorts? Many citizens haven't heard of your survey or plans. So who's really running our city? Govern for the people of this community and not for Sacramento or others with special interests, and certainly not your 5,000 hand-picked survey respondents. Focus on all the existing empty structures and plan for the many more empty buildings that will begin to appear in the next couple of years. Focus on the whole area that is already littered with empty, vacant buildings.
Thank
Your
you.
survey doesn't even pass the...
Thank you. Next is Kathy Partridge, followed by Karen Martin, and then Javier Rivera. We tried Kathy earlier. Do we have her now? Can we go to Karen Martin instead?
Good evening.
Is this Karen? Go ahead.
This is Karen. I have come to you several times to try to get some help out here on Lynn Road because the traffic is insane. And we've had 3 accidents in 6 months. I spoke with Rick Lemo. He promised me at one of the meetings that he would get some help. Talked to Tim Hagel. He said he was going to get me some help, and we know what happened to him. Spoke to Ed Jones, and Ed doesn't call me back. So I don't really trust this general plan is going to be in my best interest. I wish you would look and read the old general plan because it really warns you about Moore Park and Hampshire Road. They are poorly rated. You can't handle it. You've taken out one of the 2 black walnut groves by the 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard project. You also have given them unlimited wastewater access, no charge, while you are asking its citizens to pay in advance on their taxes a lump sum. I am encouraged by McNamee in the fact that he sees through it and had the bravery to say something. And you should have recused yourself, Mayor, from the heliport. I don't know if you read the Acorn, but there's an article about the screaming sound of the helicopter as it landed and the fact that they are going to probably put the Hueys away and we will only have military-grade helicopters flying into Los Robles Hospital. They have never dealt with the fact that I am the closest house in the west approach to the heliport, and everything you've done on that traffic study was a sham. People are going to be killed on this street because people are racing. I've got homeless people. I woke up one morning to see a man urinating on the hill. Now, that has not happened to me in the prior 27 years of my living here.
Thank you. Next, we have Javier Rivera, followed by Tom Cohen, and then Chris Plummer. Do we have Javier Rivera via video? Tom Cohen after that, and then Chris Plummer. All right, let's try Tom Cohen. There you are. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Tom Cohen. I'm a 60-year resident of Thousand Oaks, also the past chair of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. TO was a small town when I arrived in 1961. We had about 10,000 residents. We walked and rode our bikes all over. Our little town, though, has evolved and grown beautifully, responsibly, and with purpose. We started with the Jan's Mall, now the Marketplace. We now have the Oaks Regional Mall, a large auto mall, 3 public high schools, parks, and open space everywhere. We had small businesses, and we still do, the heart of our community. But now we have homegrown and now world-renowned Amgen and fast-growing life sciences and a biotech hub. We are not that small town anymore, and we are changing again because of the economic crisis and the pandemic and the words from the state. And now it's changed the way that we're going to live, work, and shop. Our businesses have suffered, and we now have the opportunity to address this through this general plan update. And what is being presented is a responsible approach to address the changing world we live and work in by limiting future housing opportunities in concentrated areas as shown in the current draft plan. I believe we're also missing opportunities in the draft map. We should be looking at housing on the Seventh-day Adventist North Campus, the Exxon property at Wilbur and Hillcrest, the old office complexes that will become obsolete, like the property located at 501 Marin, and the Anthem properties in the east end of TO. There's a big giant vacant building there. Housing works well in all of these locations because all are near other jobs, services, and shopping, become walkable, sustainable, and the property owners are willing. Last, you should give the Maradian family maximum flexibility, come up with a plan that is fully vetted by the neighborhood, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. Mixed use low makes good sense here.
Thank you so much.
The last comment is the outreach has been outstanding on this. Take care.
All right. Chris Plummer is next, followed by Susan Klein and Faith Grant. And then we will take a little break again.
Hi there. Thank you. My name's Chris, and I live in the neighborhood adjacent to the open land between Borchard and Wendy. I'm probably one of the more newer residents to Newbury Park. We moved here 4.5 years ago from the big city life of Studio City in LA to get away from, kind of all of that. We love it out here. We love the quiet, slow growth, small town feel that Newbury Park has always offered. And we're very concerned with this plot of land and it being overdeveloped. It was one of the reasons we bought the house here, was that we understood nothing could be developed on it, or if anything, single family homes. I was riding around the neighborhood on my bike today, and I'm trying to picture thousands of people coming into this area, up and down Alice, up and down Denise Street, and it's just going to cause a nightmare. I mean, there's just nowhere for these cars to go. A gentleman earlier alluded to how many trips would be going up and down these streets, trying to make turns out of Alice on the Wendy, and the single lane on ramps. It's just, I don't think we can handle this sort of amount of people to come into this area. But I would like to support the landowner and have him, offer him the ability to build on that land. I just would like to request it stay as R1 zoning. So thank you very much. And thank you for everyone's participation on both sides. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Klein, and then followed by Faith Grant. Do we have Susan?
I am. Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this critical task of determining the future of our hometown. I understand the responsibility on you and want you to know we're with you. Many of you campaigned on slow growth. We trusted and elected you to represent us. In the late 60s, early 70s, when building of most housing tracts took place, we learned from other cities what would be avoided so we could provide beautiful living environments for everyone. Most of the streets in the tracts have cul-de-sacs to keep traffic controlled. Our homes are separate from our business districts. Our cities need modern updates, which will be presented to the voters at a special or general election as mandated in our codes for development. A survey with less than 2,000 responses is interesting, but not acceptable. I've had the privilege of helping people move into our community for 30 years. The adventure for applying for permits to improve newer existing homes has proven to us that our codes are rigorous and planning has done their job well. We are in the top 10 cities in the nation for most strict codes that have been successful in preserving the needs for growth and goals for serving an ever-changing diversity as young families and people from all over the world move here. Our population increases slowly and the needs for services evolve with the growth and changing demographics. We are a small suburb, not a 5-story hub. The development will be consistent with the character of the Conejo. Apartments, condos, small houses, luxury estates, theaters, schools, houses of worship, healthcare, activity centers for young and old next to the TO library. We provide for people who want to thrive here. It's not free, it's hard work, and we will plan with you, but we will not sit back and allow a transformation based on a plan for dense development that predates the automobile.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Faith Grant. And after Faith, we will take a short break again.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am requesting that the City Council accept the Planning Commission's 5-0 vote recommending village centers as areas of change in the land use plan alternatives. There are many benefits to distributing housing to existing commercial centers rather than concentrating it all along Thousand Oaks Boulevard and in the Rancho Conejo area. These benefits include increasing density throughout the city, will allow for more hubs and walkable areas. Supporting mixed use benefits business owners who have been affected by the pandemic. Putting vacant properties to use immediately addresses the need for increased housing units rather than allowing these properties to be dormant for years. Creating multifamily housing options, closer to home for younger generations and seniors also preserves single-family neighborhoods. Reduced need for increased density and housing projects along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and easier mobility around the city and improved access to routinely needed services for more residents that also reduces routine traffic and parking congestion. Let's put village centers in the plan, a plan that clearly benefits our residents instead of overemphasizing developing. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will take a brief break.
How's everybody holding up?
Good evening again. We are now going to continue the meeting. Thank you very much for your patience. At this time, I would like to ask one of my colleagues, perhaps Mayor Pro Tem Engler, to make a motion to continue the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to do that. Continue the meeting past 11 o'clock. Do you want to try to 11:30 or just go back past to 12?
Probably midnight at least.
I make a motion that we extend our meeting time till midnight tonight.
Thank you. Can we do just general consent? I would imagine. Is that okay? Very good.
Fine with me, yeah.
All right. We will then continue with probably the third time now. We will try to get Kathy Partridge. Do we have Kathy Partridge? We only have Zoom speakers now, no more in-person, in-forum speakers. Speakers have 2 minutes. Please state your city of residence. And the topic is the general plan update and nothing else. No Kathy, then we will go to Willie Lupka, followed by Melanie Hopkins and former council member Joel Price.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Wow. Even when you wait this long, it's like a bingo when your name gets called. Very cool. I'm Willie Lupka, a 20-year resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm a homeowner, a small business owner, and a voter. In 2019, after my mother became a widow, we moved her to an assisted living facility here in Thousand Oaks so she'd be near my family. She was disabled and needed a lot of support. She was cared for by a team of care workers who helped her get through her daily life. When the COVID quarantine prevented us from visiting her, we got a webcam installed so we could visit by video. That was made possible by one of the staff members who set it up and taught her to use Zoom. We are grateful because those video chats allowed us to have some togetherness before she passed away last August. The people who cared for my mom gave her a quality of life as her health declined. I hope everyone here will find similar care workers when the need arises in your family or for yourself. Workers at senior care facilities all over Thousand Oaks earn modest wages, often minimum wage. An annual income at minimum wage is less than $30,000. Just think of living in Thousand Oaks on that income. Housing is a very difficult challenge. Care workers who serve our aging and disabled populations and other modest income earners who perform all kinds of vital services are not a burden. They are essential members of our community, and they deserve to be treated as such. The need for decent, affordable housing should not be overlooked or sneered at. It will strengthen our city. So I'm encouraging you, council members, to approve flexible zoning as much as possible to provide opportunities for adding more affordable housing capacity, especially at locations where the most realistic possibilities for development exist, including vacant land parcels where new construction can occur. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all wisdom and stamina.
Thank you. We will need that. Next is Melanie Hopkins, or should we try Kathy again? I see Kathy's name still on there. No, it's all gone. Okay. Melanie Hopkins, followed by Matt Morrison.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for all of your time tonight. My name is Melanie Hopkins, and I was born and raised here in Thousand Oaks. After nearly 10 years living in other states for college and jobs, my husband and I have recently returned home. We're actually currently in the process of buying a home in the Rancho Conejo area of Newbury Park and look forward to starting a family here where we both grew up. I think we can all recognize the lack of available housing in the area, much less affordable housing options, which is why I strongly support the need for additional units that allow other young people like myself to call Thousand Oaks home as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the current average age of Thousand Oaks residents isn't exactly ideal for a couple considering starting a family here, but we can fix that by making the area both affordable and appealing to young professionals. In addition to the need for affordable places to live, we're in need of more fantastic businesses in our area. There shouldn't be a reason for Newbury Park residents to have to flock to Westlake to enjoy what Stonehouse has to offer. But currently, places like Stonehouse and Tarantula Hill Brewing are limited around here. In the remote working world that's become familiar to many of us, it's more important now than ever before to have nearby restaurants, outdoor areas, wineries, breweries, to enjoy this beautiful place that we all live in. Because of our growing need for affordable places to live and businesses and gathering spaces that appeal to young professionals and growing families, I'm particularly excited about the potential for a mixed-use designation in the Borchard area. I'm excited to be back home in the Conejo Valley and hope to see it to continue to be a great place to live, work, hike, eat, and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Morrison, followed by Craig Leidersdorf, and then Stephanie Meyer or Mayer. Again, you have 2 minutes, and please state your city of residence.
Hi, my name is Matt Morrison. I'm a resident of Moore Park, but my business is in Thousand Oaks. My family has been here since 1937, so we've seen a lot of growth. My grandfather was a city treasurer that signed the check that made Thousand Oaks a city. We own that property since that time, and our property is consisted of 2 contiguous parcels in the 3% area that is affected. We're currently zoned commercial residential. The map shows that the larger lot would be zoned mixed use low and the smaller one residential medium. I'd like to know if the proposed changes reduce, limit, or change what we can do currently with our property. As a commercial resident, I don't know how to see what our FAR was, and will it be less in the new proposal? The results of the survey, I believe, are in question. When my family moved here, there was 250 residents. Now we're at 125 or 130,000. And I support growth. I've grown up here. I was born and raised here and seen this city grow. But it's always been responsible growth through the leadership of our city council of the past. And, you know, I believe the current plan in place now has a cap on the number of residents allowed. I don't see why bringing 35,000 new residential units in does what the state is mandating at 2,600. I do understand the issues of having to bring housing to an area where they need to be close to their jobs. But what is the impact on schools, roads, police, fire, transportation, water, etc.? I would ask that the council back off, get a better survey of what the residents really want, and let's move forward in the same responsible growth area that we always have done in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will go now to former council member and Mayor Joel Price. Sorry, Joel, your name had disappeared off the list and then popped back on. Hi there.
Hello, thank you very much. The process of creating a new land use map for the city represents untold opportunities for all of us. During this process, there has been significant discussion about the housing mandates being forced upon cities by the state. Our city has done a great job limiting growth for many years, and if we're smart, we can continue to maintain control. Refusing to recognize these mandates will place us in the crosshairs of the state and result in a complete loss of control. Imagine being forced to allow 8-story buildings within a quarter mile of a transportation corridor. Imagine if every single family homeowner were allowed to divide their lot and build 4 units on their property. These are just a couple of bills authored by state legislators that, if we're not careful, could find their way to becoming a reality. I live in Newbury Park, and I'm fully supportive of additional capacity being placed in various locations identified in the staff report. It strikes me as odd that some who claim to support the development of a biotech corridor in the Rancho Canaria area would then deny the opportunity to provide housing for the employees of those businesses willing to invest millions of dollars in our community. I recognize that the 37-acre Borchard property represents the single largest undeveloped privately owned property in the city. It was determined to be an opportunity site in 2017 and remains such to this day. While I recognize the site poses significant challenges, those issues would and could be addressed through the planning process. Staff's recommendation, the site-specific policies be attached to the property would ensure that any and all issues would be mitigated. Tonight, you have an opportunity to ensure the financial future of our city by approving a plan that would significantly increase both property and sales tax revenues for the foreseeable future. This is vital to our ability to provide the services our residents demand and would stave off any reductions or elimination of services. This process is about compromise. Nobody gets everything they want. Sky's not falling, and we owe it to future generations to provide a place for them. Progress doesn't come from looking in the rearview mirror. It comes from staring out the windshield and having the courage and vision to look forward. I'm looking for sensible, measured growth that we control and at a rate our city can easily absorb. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Having watched the process, reviewed the staff report, I'm in full support of the recommendations, and I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Craig Leidersdorf, followed by Stephanie Mayer, and then Deborah Baber. And again, you have 2 minutes, and please state your city of residence.
Madam Mayor and council members, I am Craig Leidersdorf. I reside in Thousand Oaks. I appreciate your service on our behalf. Sadly, I believe that the preferred map is flawed in 3 basic respects. Firstly, the map fails to preserve the defining aspect of our community. It's a balance between residential neighborhoods, commercial and industrial use, and ample open space with unimpeded sightlines. The strong support for Measure E and the SOAR initiatives in the past attest to the widespread appeal of the current balance. We're talking now a balance not in area, as was mentioned earlier, but in terms of density. Secondly, as a practicing engineer, I believe it is irresponsible to develop a preferred map without first identifying the key constraints. Specific concerns include water. Are we really confident we can supply water for up to 70,000 additional residents in a reliable and cost-effective manner when we have struggled to rise to the challenge of repeated droughts in the recent past? How about traffic? Are we able to accommodate the traffic associated with substantial increases in the residential and working populations in our community? And finally, power. Increasing the population of our community by 50%, as could conceivably occur under the proposed plan, will place additional stress on our already challenged electrical grid. Would it not be prudent first to assess the nature and extent of such constraints before embarking on a comprehensive plan of development? And finally, I believe that adopting a long-term plan and land use map would be inappropriate at this particular time due to the transitional nature of the period from which we're emerging. The state of California currently mandates that we add approximately 2,600 new homes, not tens of thousands. And that mandate may well change as we move forward, and we can react accordingly. And as we emerge from the current pandemic, people appear to be seeking lower residential densities and remote working opportunities, the antithesis of the rationale for the draft map, where we're increasing densities. So based on the foregoing, I respectfully request that we reject the draft map in favor of a more balanced plan designed to meet the state's short-term mandate while taking relevant constraints into full consideration. Thank you for your consideration also.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deborah Baber, followed by Beverly Wirtz, and then John.
Thank you. Good evening, elected civil servants. And I don't use that phrase pejoratively, but rather as a teaching moment to remind you and us of the proper role we play in government. You work for us, and it's not the other way around.
Ms. Baber, what is your city of residence?
I'm in Port Hueneme, but what happens in Port Hueneme or Thousand Oaks doesn't stay there. This is why I was alarmed. This past year has focused my attention on government because of its overreach and intrusion into our lives. This is why I was alarmed that the very first item listed under reasons for updating the land use map is to satisfy state requirements. You were not elected to govern on behalf of the Republic of California. That is not your job or your jurisdiction. Just as Linda Parks is acting outside her authority as a supervisor when she uses staff to promote her agenda on this subject, it's just one reason why she's being recalled. Earlier, Speaker talked about the 50-year-old plan. Was it evaluated to see how the theory played out against practice? Are there any lessons to be learned? Also, do you realize there are over 600 pages of materials to be reviewed? You have city staff available to you to read, digest, and recommend actions. Voters and residents do not have that benefit. They must rely on you to help work through the planning. Are they clear that you're working for Sacramento and it's so important to do so as opposed to the residents of Thousand Oaks? Lastly, in this day of doxing and social media and bullying, are you aware that a lot of the people's personal information, including names, emails, home addresses, and phone numbers, are available in the 600 plus documents? None of it was redacted. It's personal. Again, I found it almost as alarming as I did for the reasons for updating the land use map is to satisfy state requirements. That's not your job. Thank you.
Next up, we have Stephen Mayer, followed by Beverly Wirtz, and then John. Do we have Stephen now?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Stephen Mayer. I'm local to Thousand Oaks, currently working at our office in Westlake Village for the last 17 years. And I'm part of the Seventh-day Adventist Church leadership, which owns several parcels within Thousand Oaks that are affected by this map. While I'm generally supportive of the changes proposed, I'm very concerned that lands owned by the Adventist Church will be adversely impacted by the proposed change. Specifically, I'm referring to the North Conejo Ranch area, not the wetlands, though we once owned that property until 1978. I'm talking about the last large developable site in the city. For reference, it's the fish-shaped parcel in the top left corner of the North Conejo Ranch area of the map. Currently, the church has zoning to rebuild our academy on the 70-acre parcel, but some time ago it was decided that moving wasn't practical. For the last several years, the church has been working with the city and looking for a partner to find best uses. Many times we have been encouraged by the city to help meet the need of housing, open space, community needs. There was even talk about using our land for the Rams practice facility, a former priority at Thousand Oaks. We were encouraged that Alt Map 1 was the favored zoning designation, the parcel as residential. But in spite of the close to 50% support, now we learn that the map is downgraded. Now the parcel map is boxing the church in, and I'm not supportive of the needs. The industrial zoning does not meet the needs, and especially doesn't meet the needs of the Wildwood area. Please reconsider rezoning that to residential and not institutional or industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Beverly Wirtz, followed by John, and then Nico Van Niekerk.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I am a resident of Newbury Park. I wish to address the changes to our Thousand Oaks development. In your very own general plan buildings code, section 9-2.203 clearly states that any increases on residential densities or commercial acreage requires a policy decision that the voters of the city of Thousand Oaks should make. You, City Council, open yourselves up to a class action lawsuit should you move forward without a vote to the residents of Thousand Oaks. A survey of 5,000 residents is not sufficient. Code section 9-2.203 continues by stating, no proposed amendment shall be effective until it has been considered and approved for the ballot by the City Council and then submitted to and approved by the majority of the city's voters, voting at a general election or a special election. The city general plan building codes is a long-term guide for the orderly development of this community, which plan should not be subject to unreasonable build-outs and should not be influenced by outside development pressures. I can provide all of you with this general plan code if you haven't read it yourselves lately. And as a side note, I lived in Malibu before moving to Newbury Park 10 years ago and survived the 2007 Thanksgiving fire. The Thousands of houses were destroyed because fire trucks could not come up the canyon because residents were fleeing for their lives. Their car tires were on fire, but there was one lane because the city council did not listen to the residents of Malibu and decided to build a bridge and close down one lane, and thus during fire season, and thus the fire trucks could not come up and save the community of El Nino. Don't let this happen to our city of Thousand Oaks. This plan is a disaster.
We have our next speaker, John, followed by Nico Van Niekerk and Deb Gill. Do we have
Hello.
John?
Good evening. This
Hi
is
there.
John from TO. People love it here because of what our Conejo founding fathers created in our master plan. I'm not against different types of housing. We already have lots of apartments and condos, and that's great. And we could probably use a couple more, but the state cannot force us to change our town or our plan. They can try to force us with a mandate or legislation, but that is overreach. We would likely win the argument in a legitimate court of law. Many say we won't get government funding if we don't do it. Well, we don't need any government funding. Like welfare, it just makes us dependent on it, wanting more. We are better off and stronger without it. Anyone who tells you different is only telling you their opinion, and they have their motives. Don't forget, elected officials work for us, we the people. Some say changing the general plan is needed to move our town into the future. That is just an opinion of which many people don't agree. They say that it won't cause that much change because they promise we won't really build out to 81,000 units. But if the general plan is changed with these high numbers, there will be developers and investors buying up existing businesses and buildings and then replacing them with new structures that will change the look of Thousand Oaks even more. It will increase population, congestion, pollution, and traffic a lot. Changing the general plan and adding units is very unfair for anyone who bought property here under the old plan, because they bought and invested in Thousand Oaks believing that these things would not change because we have such a good plan. Changing the plan this way is a form of theft. It will change the look of Thousand Oaks, and property values will not increase as much because of congestion. They might even go down sometimes. This survey is not representative of the city. It is vague, and the stated benefits are not facts. They are opinions. If this general plan change goes forward, the current homeowners must be able to vote on it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night to you. Nico Van Niekerk, followed by Deb Gill and Nicole Hansen. Again, you have 2 minutes, and please state your city of residence.
Hi, my name is Nico Van Niekerk, and I'm a 3-decade Thousand Oaks resident. Adding thousands of units to the city will put pressure on our services that we have not experienced before. What you propose now is to substantially increase the population, which will put pressure on our roads, hospitals, schools, and other services, and eventually overwhelm the city. Trash is already visible on the side of roads and the freeways. By how much will that increase when thousands of residents are suddenly added to the city? Who will clean it up and keep it clean? Once peaceful cities in the valley are now divided by the level of danger its residents are exposed to. Not too long ago, the part of North Hollywood between Burbank and Oxnard Boulevards had varying levels of safety. But nowadays, Burbank Boulevard is as far north as you want to go. Now, how did that happen? They also developed additional low-income housing. The taxpayers felt their safety was threatened and either moved out or are in disbelief what happened to their cities. Thousand Oaks is a beautiful and safe city, but as soon as the city council starts making the very same mistakes that surrounding cities have made, the city will fall victim to the same fate that our neighboring cities have suffered. I'm asking, why would our city council engage in the same behavior that destroyed other cities in our neighborhood, but expecting a different outcome? We know what this initiative will do to our city. The real question is, why do you not know that? The residents of Thousand Oaks has your back. You know that. It appears as if this project will reduce our quality of life, and we cannot have that. If you find it impossible to see the consequences of this project, you may just compel us to find people who would. And measuring by the lack of support from the people, you can take that to the bank. And thank you for your work and labor. Please do the right thing. Good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb Gill, followed by Nicole Hansen and Matthew Jacobs.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've lived in Thousand Oaks for almost 40 years, moving from Tarzana. I've raised 2 children here, and I've loved it. My problem with the plan is that it bows to developers' needs at the cost of the quality of life for our residents. All of the build-out sites are at our key junctions to our city. There are also access to our highways, the 101, the 23. The surveys said 3 to 5 stories, but we know what that means. We mean that it is going to be 5 stories or 7 stories. For buildings where they really mean 5 stories, we don't need it. We have an infrastructure to support a mass density in a designated build areas. Can you imagine how long it would take us to travel down Lynn Road or Moore Park Road? The state of California has been taking a power grab to control every community in California. There are 58 counties with diverse needs and wants. Sacramento wants to control all of us. They do not know what is best for all Californians. Too much power is always dangerous. We have 40 years to change the composition of the regulators. We need to think long term. Everyone keeps saying that we need more affordable housing. So is the housing that will be the most dense areas in the lower income housing. Los Robles Hospital can give them stipends if they want their employees to be employed. Microsoft.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gill. Yeah, your time is up. Thank you. Nicole Hansen, followed by Matthew Jacobs, and then Jude Atia. Again, you have 2 minutes, and I will have to cut you off if you go way past that.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hansen. I moved to Thousand Oaks in 1978. I'm a Thousand Oaks High School graduate, as is my daughter. I'm a low-income single parent who understands the need for affordable housing because I'm priced out of the market. However, this preferred land use map isn't just really about that because we already know that it's way above what the housing requirement is for the state. So, excuse me. The additional housing that's in there also in this new plan does not guarantee that it in any way it's going to be affordable. It just means there will be more housing units. The most obvious problem with this to me is the height. Now, a lot of people have touched on that. Some as high as 75 feet. And I think it's very important to hold tight to that original 35-foot high limit. When Councilman Jones talked about the dominant vista on the Thousand Oaks Boulevard, you can forget about that if you put in all the high buildings and the density. They talk about preserving the residential neighborhoods, but that's going to affect us even though it's on Teal Boulevard and the views as well. When you pack it all into that one area, it should be spread out more. And I appreciate Mr. McNamee's talking about the validity of the survey because I questioned that too. And I think it's also a bit misleading. They showed photos of buildings that might have been nice looking, but that didn't. So maybe someone said, yes, I like that building, but that doesn't necessarily mean the height.
Thank you.
And calling.
Thank you. Your time is up, unfortunately, Nicole. Next is Jude Atia, followed by Grace Butler and Chase Butler.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, council members. My name is Jude Atia. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. Mixed use will allow greater flexibility in creation of uses and amenities that our community desperately needs. As a high school student, I went to Westlake High School. Every weekend or whenever my friends would turn 16 and got their licenses, we never were able to do anything in Thousand Oaks or anything around the area because there was really nothing to do. We had to go out to Los Angeles or go all the way out to Oxnard, and just as young kids going places that far away from home can be dangerous because we're just welcomed into the real world and we really don't know what really happens just yet. We hear about it, we see about it, but we're getting to experience it. And same thing goes for this generation coming up. Like, I wouldn't want my younger siblings or anybody who just got their license to go deep into Los Angeles and have a horrible experience that will traumatize them. We need more stuff out here. We need more places open, more affordable housing for college students, for employees. For example, my parents own businesses in the area, and all of our employees have to drive so far away because they cannot afford anything in the area. The idea of putting tall buildings, skyscrapers, I don't think that's what we're trying to get to. We're just trying to get to a place where we add more buildings and more affordable housing for a lot of people, and that shouldn't necessarily really cause traffic or anything. It's just the same how it's been, just more stuff to do in the area to keep everyone local and keep the economy flowing and everything's safe by our home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Grace Butler, followed by Chase Butler, and then Natalie Curtis. And then we have 3 more speakers after Natalie, and then we're completing this portion.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Grace Butler. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks who is in full support of staff recommendation for the Borchard Opportunity Site for mixed-use zoning. Mixed-use zoning would provide our community with many amenities that we are desperately in need of. While I'm a current student at UC Berkeley, I recall feeling very disheartened by how limited activities were for youth in our community. As high schoolers, my friends and I would have to drive at least 30 minutes into other cities just to find activities to keep us entertained on the weekends, putting money into other places. The activation of the Borchard property would create opportunities for that revenue to stay within our own community in which we love dearly. Additionally, I plan on coming back to Thousand Oaks once I graduate from college, but a concern of mine has been the fact that there is not much to do. But with an opportunity like this, myself and I'm sure many others my own age would be way more inclined to come back. The site would be an asset to our community as a whole, but especially our youth and young families. In the property's current state, it is not doing anyone any good. However, mixed use would create jobs, housing, and many more other exciting and effective prospects for our community. Please support mixed use on Borchard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Chase Butler, followed by Natalie Curtis. Chase? I see the picture, but I don't hear him. I think he's being asked to unmute the phone, although I see the video of Chase Butler. There we go. No, he unmuted, but we still can't hear him. Yeah, but he was unmuted. All right, let's go on to Natalie Curtis and see if we can, in the meantime, fix the issue with Chase Butler. Natalie Curtis, followed by Velino Salazar. Do we have Natalie? Well, let's see if we have Velino Salazar. And these are all phone, apparently. The last speaker of the evening is Carol Pelletier. I'm going to give, okay, we have Mr. Salazar.
Yes, I am Benito Salazar. I'm president of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Southern California. And I joined Mark Sellers, Tom Cohen, and Steve Mayer in supporting the property that we have. I represent the families associated with the two Seventh-day Adventist schools next to the village at Newbury Park in the Rancho Conejo area. Our church owns a good size vacant piece of land over the hill next to our schools. This is perfect to meet the housing needs the city is seeking, and also is perfect to dissipate the concerns expressed this evening by several people, such as heavy traffic and on Thousand Oaks Boulevard and high and tall buildings. Our land offers plenty space and brings solution to both groups with concerns and also the needs. This land easily may house affordable housing and as market housing as well. It is very adequate for younger families who are raising kids and also senior citizens who need to change to smaller units. Therefore, I would like to invite and ask the GPAC team, the Planning Commission members, the City Council members, to look at our North Campus as residential possibility. And I encourage to have this flexible zoning to accommodate the needs that we have at this time. Thank you for the time that you allow us to speak.
Thank you. And I believe now we will have our last speaker, Carol Pelletier. Although I do see Chase Butler, but we cannot hear him. So we'll go to Carol.
Hello?
Oh, is this Chase?
Yeah,
We
sorry,
can
I
hear
don't know why
you.
it wasn't working before.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm only 21 years old. I have lived most of my life out here in Ventura County. And just my personal experience with it is it's a great place to live. It's treated me and my family very, very well over the course of the last few years that we've been out here. But some things that have been kind of on the opposite end of that is being young and going out with friends and trying to stay safe and stay local to home and not worrying about driving too far. There's not too much to do out here. And a lot of the things that are available out here, even for younger people or people all alike, most of it tends to be very, very pricey. I'm currently looking to move out soon and can't find any affordable, really anything near the area. Closest is Oxnard or get on the far end of Woodland Hills. And I know it's not ideal out there, but that's really the only options. Even restaurants out here, having some more affordable restaurants would be kind of ideal for the younger generation. And in terms of building a couple or one even just bigger building, whether it be apartments or for industrial use or however it might be, it doesn't seem like we're building a skyscraper right in the middle of the 101 that's, blocking everyone from everything. It's going to be kind of on the far end of, the city. So not too much else to say, but that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. And Chase was actually our last speaker. All right. And so it is 11:17, and we are going to now back to, was it Mr. Ramey? Or was it you, Mr. Powers? I forgot
Yes,
already.
I just saw one speak. Didn't know if she's here to speak or not. Okay.
Oh, we have one more speaker? No, we don't. Okay, no.
Just making sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So as we prepare for next week, and as the council will be at the conclusion of tonight, be continuing our meeting to next week, where we'll get into obviously a lot more detail. We thought it would be a good opportunity to have Mr. Ramey lead the council through a brief discussion on the some elements of the plan at a high level. And so I was going to hand it over to Mr. Ramey. Staff will be compiling, obviously, with over 100 speakers. We will provide some responses to some of the things brought up, but we'll do that at the beginning of our meeting next week. So with that, I'll hand it over to Matt Ramey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powers. Good evening again, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I want to just take a few minutes before we move into the conversation to thank all of the members of the community who took the time to come out tonight and share their points of view about the general plan process and the land use map. In my opinion, what we heard tonight is a lot of people who are really passionate about the city of Thousand Oaks, and rightfully so, people who are concerned about how the plan may impact the city that they love. We heard lots of ideas for what the city should look like in the future, both those who support some change and those who want to see limited change. We heard from people who have been involved in the process from day one and those who found out about the process in the last week or so. I want to remind everyone that general plans are complicated documents, and the general plan update process is a somewhat messy process. What we experienced tonight with all the comments is really part of the general plan update process. It's really common what happened tonight, which is that there is an outpouring of ideas when the city council is considering something that has not happened in 50 years, and that is as important as what is happening, which is a comprehensive look at the future of the city. The city council, as you know, has a really big task ahead, and as the saying goes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Based on the conversations, we know that there are a lot of commonalities between what council members want to see. The desire to preserve existing neighborhoods, the desire to have open spaces and parks, support for biotech, support for housing that supports the local companies, and many more things. Given that we have limited time this evening, what I would like to propose is that we start with some high-level thoughts about the land use map before we dive into details. As Drew said, there were, and as you know, there were well over 100 comments and lots of ideas, and staff would like some time to assemble all those comments and be able to respond to those. So for tonight, what we in particular would love to hear from you, and what would be really helpful for staff to start the process, is what is it about the land use map that you've seen that you like, and what is it that resonates with you? Of course, you can provide any comments that you want, but what we really want to do is start with a strong foundation tonight with the feedback that we get in the limited time that we have, so we can really move quickly into the decision-making process that we have next week. Madam Mayor, if that's amenable to you, I will maybe turn it over to you so that you can call on council members in turn to share some thoughts, so that we as staff and the community can begin to get an understanding of the council and what resonates and what you like in the map.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramey. Indeed, I will go to my colleagues in reverse order. You will have 5 minutes to make comments or ask questions that will then be answered most likely next week when we adjourn to next week's meeting. I will go with the youngest council member, not by age, but in terms of tenure here on the dais, and that will be Council Member McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Ramey did quote Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This process has been going on for 18 months, gathering information from the public as to what they would like to have in the general plan in its final form. This is one of the biggest steps that we've taken to date. Staff has done a great job up to this point trying to balance everything from our open spaces to adequate housing, public safety, traffic, so forth. It's not done yet, and I'd like to emphasize that to the public, that this is just the beginning of the journey, which has already been underway for 18 months. It'll come back to council over the next several months. We need to get it done by January, if my understanding is correct. State, again, is mandating all cities in California to do such general plans and also set aside a certain amount of housing through the regional housing assessment. We have, again, a 2,600 number that we need to make available over the next 8 years. If we don't accomplish that goal by January, we could be facing $100,000 per month fine for the city of Thousand Oaks. City manager may correct me on that, but that's my understanding. And that would be money away from our libraries, our potholes, our street lights, our wonderful parks, and those things we really enjoy here in Thousand Oaks. My hats off and applaud the city staff for doing a terrific job getting it to this point. Yes, we've had some speed bumps in that the surveys may not be statistically accurate. The confidence level is not where we want it to be, but it has been a starting point. From the comments here this evening, I have learned a great deal of other things to consider in looking at the plan. My thoughts about Thousand Oaks in general is that families, they look after themselves, they look after their neighbors, they're involved in the community. And what I saw this evening was the people of Thousand Oaks being involved because they care about Thousand Oaks. That's the richness, that's the strength of Thousand Oaks, are the people. And because of your involvement tonight, you've given all of us on council something to think about, something to explore, to come up with a plan that actually works, that keeps Sacramento happy, but still maintains the look and feel of our beautiful city. And without city staff, and without these council members and the good people of Thousand Oaks, this would be a very difficult process, greater than where it is right now. So I look forward to the next several months as we make through this project and get this finally to final form in January. And I thank all the participants this evening, who either through email, public comment, so forth, for their input. And I have learned a lot. I've given me some things to consider, and I'm sure my other council members have done the same. So with that, again, another step in this journey of 1,000 miles begins. It was a big step tonight, and I look forward to the continued work to get this plan done. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay. Well, we have learned a lot from over 100 people. We've learned their feelings. As I indicated at the beginning, I have some feelings going in. I haven't made any final decisions. I am very concerned about the upper population levels that could be gotten if we go by some of these standards that are advanced in the plan, because we could be looking at easily over 200,000 people in this valley, and I don't think that's a good idea. Anyway, I'm more thinking about things to avoid. Although at the end, these village centers, the idea kind of appeals to me, because I think if we were to pursue that, there's the possibility that we could have the added population and be in places where the amenities are already there, a lot of the things that people would need. I don't picture it exactly, particularly a large shopping centers such as the one alluded to at Irvs and Arvillus. And we talked earlier, I talked to staff about the one at Moore Park Road and Arvillus. And I was trying to envision exactly what initiating village centers in these places, how that would be done. But I do think that's something I would be interested in. I feel that the 75 feet high buildings are too high. I wouldn't want to see anything close to that height. And I think we ought to leave the current densities alone. I think, I don't, I don't believe we do everything 50 years ago, but I liked the standards we had then. I think that's the standards of a city that I'd like to live in. I think 50 dwelling units per acre is too high. And I'd like to keep the standards pretty well the way they were at that time. And some of these new categories, I think we could just stay with the older categories. But my feeling is, and I know we're here to represent everybody, and I'd like to do that, I admire everybody that spoke tonight. I honor their opinions, and especially staying up to whatever this is, almost 11:30, I guess, to do it. It means that they're committed. And I look forward to going forward with the process. And I'll use the term dominant vista once more. I still want to keep the idea here that we're a semi-rural, mainly low-density community. And I'd like to keep that going. I love it here. I've been here 57 years. Thanks for your time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all the folks that hung in there till 11:30 to speak to us. We appreciate the input very much. I do want to clear up one thing. In no way is there any land designation being proposed tonight that would allow a 7-story building. Flat out. Just isn't there. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but it's not there. So with that stated, I believe we were asked to talk a little bit about what we liked about the general plan update, and I'm willing to do that. I do like the idea of a neighborhood center. Ed just mentioned the same thing. I think there's some real value to that. Could revitalize the 2 areas that have been designated in the general plan update. I drove the whole breadth and width of the area that's talking about being revitalized. And we do have some areas in town that need to be revitalized. There's a Ross Center over there that's half vacant. These are areas that we need to look at, that we need to take a different view of, and I think the mixed use designation could help areas like this. So I do like the neighborhood center idea. As far as the malls go, absolutely we need to concentrate on the Jan's and Oaks Mall. There's malls all over the country that are failing. I think we're fortunate that our malls are still viable, but they will not be if we don't do something about it. And with the designation that we're calling for here, it gives them an opportunity to really reinvent themselves, repurpose themselves, bring in some housing, bring in maybe a hotel, whatever it happens to be. But the current model is not going to work in the long run. And these malls are very important to the city. Thousand Oaks Boulevard, 77% of the residents say they want to see mixed use on the boulevard. They want to see the boulevard change. I've been here for 8 years, and in that time period, I've seen 2 projects go in on the boulevard for a total of about 175 units. So the progress has been very slow, and it will continue to be slow. Property owners just don't build overnight. But I think we need to give the boulevard the opportunity to reinvent itself as well. Bring some people there. Let some people live on the boulevard. I've been told by so many businesses, including Amgen, we need a downtown to attract young people, to attract all kinds of people. And these employers here in town need that downtown to recruit and retain employees with, and we can create that on the boulevard. I like the idea of the Borchard site. I think it's been called an opportunity site, and there really is an opportunity there. There is a big opportunity there. I've heard for years Newbury Park is underserved, and we don't do enough for Newbury Park. Here's an opportunity where with a creative approach, that site could become a real asset to the community. With the open space as a buffer around it to create a buffer with the neighbors, I think that some of the ideas I've heard for that property could be really excellent. And I think it's just been vacant too long. It's time to take a good look at the Borchard property. So those are some of the things I like, and I'm sure we're going to have to go into a little more depth because there's a lot more to it than just those 4 things. But those are the 4 biggest ones I heard, and next week, we'll do just that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Bob Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's been a great night. I was very impressed by the number of people who participated and the variety of comments that came our way. I look at that as just one more way that we now are going to be able to gauge the temperature of the community and respond to the different needs that people have for going into the future. The survey, people were talking about the survey, just a reminder, that is just one more data point that we're going to use for moving forward. We're not going to be locked into lockstep on anything that we have heard or seen in that survey. So it's only one part of what we're looking at. In terms of kind of global ideas about the presentation so far, I think to give flexibility into the future, the mixed use concept is really where we need to be on just about all of the things we do. That mixed use concept allows us into the future, a future that none of us know, to be able to give us some ability to react to different conditions down the line. So the flex use approach, I think, is a very good approach for us to put into our general plan. That flex use will not affect our current neighborhoods, but it will give us the ability to react in the future. I like that part of it. The variety of housing that will come in that flex use is important too. We heard a lot tonight about affordability and people not being able to live in town. Affordability is one of the issues that we need to address, and I think we can perhaps address that in a inclusionary policy attached to the general plan. But the other thing that I really would like to emphasize here is the general plan, I think, gives us a defense against future actions by the state. In other words, we will have a position set out, locked into our general plan. Some people will say we need to just go to this one arena cycle. I'm of the opinion that we need to go further than that to try to lock our thoughts in further down the line than just one RENA cycle. The state will do what the state does, and that's something we have to be aware of. The other thing about the state is asking us to put more housing in, and I think overall tonight, most people recognize, even people who are against the general plan, recognize the need for more housing to service our growing biotech sector. I did talk to Atara the other day. They've lost 3 people in the last several weeks to other companies out of state because the candidates come here and they lose out because they look at our housing and say, I'm going to go to Austin. I'm going to go to Raleigh-Durham. We're in competition nationally, and we need to be able to compete with our biotech sector. So those are the things that I like about the plan. As with many people, I'm a little concerned about the density. I'm a little concerned about the height. But I think I would have to give it a little more thought and come up with something that would work for me there. So that's all I have on a global basis, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I believe that leaves me with about 5 minutes. I try not to take all of it. This was wonderful information, good information, a lot of passion, and also a lot of feedback from employers who are asking us to provide more housing in addition to Sacramento, the state of California. So here we are looking at this new general plan draft map. And I see a lot of potential on this map or in this map. The potential that I see is that we will be able to fulfill housing needs and will be able to help Thousand Oaks change for the better. Now, how quickly do we do this? And how much do we do at the beginning? Thousand Oaks has traditionally been very slow growth, about 120 so units built per year. That is really, really slow growth. Now we're looking at more than 2,600 units that the state is asking us to make room for. That is quite a change. When you're used to having just 100 units per year, all of a sudden you need to make room for more than, well, actually much more than 3,000 units to satisfy HCD, the Housing and Community Department. And so the way, what I am taking away from the discussion tonight, from the hundreds of emails and from watching the GPAC meetings and Planning Commission meetings, is that we will comply with the housing element. We will find room for thousands more units in Thousand Oaks, but we will not really make the 75-foot tall buildings a standard fare in Thousand Oaks. We have existing buildings that are not quite as high, but are in around 60 feet. We have the Hyatt Hotel. We have 75-foot buildings actually in the Amgen specific plan. We do have high buildings in Thousand Oaks, but it all depends on where you build them, at what angle, and do they block the view. But what I would really recommend is the commercial regional, which does suggest 75-foot tall buildings along the 101 freeway, Newberry Park, really should not be used. In fact, I would like to eliminate commercial regional altogether. I would also like to maintain the current designations, land use designations that we have. I heard earlier this evening, why not come up with mixed use neighborhood? Makes perfect sense. I'm looking at the school map from the school district. We all know our school district is hurting, low in enrollment, and additional population and families in Thousand Oaks will help the district with enrollment. And so these village centers are actually near many of the schools. So to me, it makes perfect sense to provide more village centers than just the two big ones, and designate them for commercial, residential, and to make sure that they don't lose their viability as a shopping center, but also will help with the synergy by adding residential, and that in turn will help also with enrollment in our school district. Now, the Seventh-day Adventist parcel that was mentioned earlier in the evening, I would love for it to remain residential. The only issue I have with that is that it's nowhere near a public school. You have to cross the freeway in order to get to Earths or another school or Newberry Park High School. So it has a private school there, but not a public school. However, residential would provide housing right next to the biotech industry, which is seeking a lot more units. So I think that parcel should be considered or actually be returned to residential. Also, the parcel right across the IMT Kmart, which is currently being proposed with 420 units, that should be switched back to industrial flex, not to mixed use, because of the immense traffic that corner will have. And I would like for staff to look at the office buildings, office parks, currently almost empty, see how we can repurpose those. And with that, my time is up. And those are just some thoughts that I'd like for staff to chew on, not only mine, but those of my 4 colleagues as well, in preparation for next Tuesday. So it is now 20 minutes before midnight. We've given staff and Mr. Ramey and associates some food for thought. I believe that there is no more comment from, there is, okay, Mr. Powers.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to end by thanking the community, thanking the City Council. It's been a long evening, but we knew that would be the case. That's how, this is my 3rd general plan going through this, and it's, as Matt Ramey mentioned, this is very common. As we prepare for next week, I wanted to build on Councilmember McNamee's comment because it was a good one. There's a reason that we're on the time frame that we're on. And staff began the work on this several years ago, and council greenlit this process in order to ensure that we would be meeting those timelines. There are consequences, as Councilmember McNamee mentioned, and a whole variety of those. I won't go into them right now, but Missing deadlines has real consequences. Things like going on instead of an 8-year RHNA cycle, you can be punished and put on a 4-year RHNA cycle. So you're doing this every 4 years. We don't want to be in that position. And so thankfully our team has gotten us to the place where we are today, and there are more steps to come. The decision you're going to make next week is a decision on the land use map. That then goes to an environmental analysis, traffic and circulation analysis, first submittal to HCD, so on and so forth, eventually coming back to the city council in various forms. So just wanted to mention that both for the community and for the council as a reminder. It also can get confusing. This is part of the general plan that hasn't been updated in many years, as we've talked about. But we also have a housing element, and that housing element has a cycle attached to it. So not everything that's in this land use map is going to be part of that housing element cycle. And so it's just important to know they are two distinct things. I know there's a lot of crossover, but really looking forward to next week. Thank you again for your time, and a big thank you to our team, many of which are in the back room working on a lot of detail and tracking notes. So appreciate all their efforts to get us to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Indeed, this has been quite a Herculean effort for the last 18 plus months. And so we're almost across the finish line with this one. And just so that I make myself clear, I'm really looking forward to meeting just the first housing element goals, and then take time to go over the rest, the future years after that. That said, I think we are good to go. I wish everybody a good night. It's almost good morning.
Madam Mayor, we need the
Yes.
motion. We need a motion.
Can I make a motion that we
Yes, we do
adjourn?
need the motion,
Yeah,
yes.
and actually, it's a special motion,
Yeah,
so
it
we
is-
have language for the mayor to read and ask someone to make that
Yes.
motion.
So the motion that I'm seeking is that this matter will be continued, and the special meeting will be adjourned to next Tuesday, May 25th at 6 o'clock. And Councilmember McNamee, you wanted to make that motion?
I would like to make that motion.
Excellent. And then I'm asking the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, and you all have a good night.